Welcome everyone to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, April the 8th. We're going to start open session and then we're going to be going in camera to discuss some matters we're not allowed to speak of in open session. So I'm looking for two different resolutions. First one, that we go in camera today in the next few minutes. Motion by Councillor Newestad, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you. And then secondly, look for a motion to go in camera at our special meeting on June the 16th. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved. So we're now going to go in camera today on Tuesday, April the 8th. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, April the 8th. We just finished up with our in-camera portion of our meeting that we had to do in Community Room 1, and now we're back in open session and ready to start our meeting, and I know everybody's really excited about it. So the way we like to kick off our council meetings is with the singing of O Canada, and I'd like to introduce our performer for tonight. Her name is Liza Silligan. Liza, if you'd please come to the microphone, we'll make sure the little red button is on. I don't know if Tad, if you can see if that is, that microphone, just to make sure, because sometimes it's, there you go. It's on now? Good. There we go. There we go. Okay, let me introduce you, and then we're all going to stand. So Liza performed internationally before coming to Canada. She came originally as a nanny, and she works as a PSW by day and a great singer by night. She's done shows in Niagara Spotlight and has been part of Filipino famous singers from the Philippines. Liza has been invited to sing at the Fallsview Casino Resort. She's also performed the national anthem at many community events. Liza is known as the Niagara's diva, Miss Liza Silligan. So please welcome her to sing the national anthem today. And if you would please stand and enjoy. Whenever you're ready, Liza, you can start us off.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Liza, I was just going to compliment you, Liza, before you run away. Well done. You have an angelic voice. It was beautiful. I'm sure all of us felt very proud to be Canadian just now. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Wow, what a voice. What a way to... Folks, it's all downhill from there. So hope you enjoyed. That was the high point of the night. Now, moving along our agenda... Next up is our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. I'd like to invite former Chief R. Stacy Laforme, former Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit, to share his testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for millennia before us.
Kani Jima, Chief R. Stacy Laforme, Mississaugas of the Credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walk this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown. Chimagwich Bumpy.
We're grateful together for the land that we share. All right, moving along now to the adoption. I'm looking for a motion for the adoption of our minutes from March 18th. Motion by Councillor Newestag, Councillor Peter Angelo. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Looking now for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of... Councillor Kerrio.
Thank you, Worship. Microphone, please, Council.
Oh, microphone.
Rookie. You
been
get
a
older,
while.
you forget a little bit. 10.1. It'll be self-explanatory when you read it, but I'm the person trying to buy Bossert Road. Should I leave the room at that point?
At that point, yeah, at that point, sure. Any other disclosures? Okay, seeing none, we now go to everybody's favorite part of the meeting, which is the mayor's reports and announcements. Okay, it's nobody's favorite part, but I just thought I'd say it anyway. So first off, I'd like to welcome our regional councillors, Bob Gale and Joyce Morocco. And Bob here is wearing two hats. Tonight, he's also here as the chair of the Niagara Parks Commission, along with David Adames, the guru that runs that show down there, along with Bob Gale. We appreciate the two of you being here as well tonight for your report. We'll look forward to it. I'm sure it'll be very exciting. We start off with obituaries, and we'd like to offer our sympathy to the family of Paisley Janvary-Pool, former city councillor, longtime volunteer, friend to so many and champion of Niagara Falls. She served more than 21 years here on the city council. She volunteered more than 50 years in our community, including Sports Wall of Fame, Accessibility Advisory Committee, Park in the City, Recreation Committee, and many, many more. In fact, we're very proud that Paisley has a trail named after her, and we used to always kid her, who else gets a trail named after them? Well, they're still here. So she had many years to walk along that trail and enjoy it. In fact, every year we have our Terry Fox Walk, which goes along that section of the Millennium Trail. It's a sad loss for a community, and Paisley will be missed. I know a couple councillors wanted to say a few words. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Like you said, Paisley will be missed. She was very special to a number of us. I know you made some comments. You did a little bit of a eulogy at her funeral, which was really nice. You talked about the fact that she was a second mother to a number of us, myself included, you, Mike, Vince, anyone that really sat with her. She was very interesting. She would oftentimes scold us like a mother would.
Yep.
I remember the one time she said to you, "Stand up straight," you know, and she did things like that. And I guess it was funny when you look back on it, but yeah, she was treating us very motherly. I always had a lot of fun with Paisley. She had a lot of laughter in her. She also, to me, she was ahead of her time. There was things that Paisley did that were just ahead of the curve. Environmental Planning and Greening Committee was one of them, where she came up with the idea of taking the planning recommendations and, you know, meshing them with environmental awareness. That was her idea. That started way back in the 90s, you know, before anyone was thinking of that. That was over 30 years ago. She was ahead of her time. You know, just getting outside and enjoying the outdoors. And I know you talked about the fact that she has a trail named after her. That's part of it, because she was a strong advocate long before a lot of us got on council and, you know, picked up that curtail from her and were strong advocates as well. And it's nice to see that a trail is named after her. One of the other ones that I can think of, Your Worship, is the Adopt a Tree program that we have in Niagara Falls. She was always a very big proponent of memorial trees. She was a very big advocate of them. She was the one that came up with the idea of putting all the little cards in funeral homes, so that when people were in funeral homes and they went to see someone that had passed away, they could choose the option of donating money to the city for a memorial tree program. And I just think it would be really nice if we had a memorial tree for Paisley. I know after you spoke at the funeral, we ended up talking with some of the people from the church. I mean, there's different ideas as to where a memorial tree could go. Could go on the trail. Obviously, the trail is already named after her. Could go into our cemetery where a lot of our memorial trees go. The other option that we came up with was to put it on the church grounds that she goes to, the Stanford Church over on James and John. And I just think that that would be a nice gesture, Your Worship, to put a memorial tree there for her. I know there might be some other you know, work that needs to be done in order to put that tree in, but I was hoping to make a motion that staff would be able to, you know, work with people from the church so that we could have a memorial tree planted there on Paisley's behalf. So I'll be happy to make that motion.
Terrific. So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo and seconded by Councillor Strange that the city plant a tree at the Stamford Lane United Church that she belonged to for the last 90 years.
Yeah.
And that church turns 100 this year as well. So this
What a
would,
nice time to do it.
yeah, this would have been her 90th birthday this week. So you heard the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. And that, of course, whatever preparatory work that needs to be done to plant that, we'll do just that. Thank you for that motion, Councillor Pietrangelo. Also, speaking of former councillors, there will be a celebration of life for another one of our former city councillors, Wayne Campbell. That'll be this Friday, April the 11th at Fireman's Park, beginning at 3:30 p.m. So all of the community are invited to participate as we celebrate a life well lived. Events and announcements. So this past Friday morning, myself, Councillor Chair Gale, and David Dames and myself, we were there to greet Richard Branson at the zip line, which was pretty exciting. Richard Branson, of course, Virgin Airline, Virgin Music, Virgin everything. What a thrill. He had said he had been here before when he turned 50 to ask someone to marry him. And apparently she said yes. So it was a real thrill to have him go down the zip line, in fact, twice. And he took a keen interest in Niagara Falls and all the opportunities that are here. So we pitched him on the idea of possibly some investment here in Niagara Falls. So real gentleman. And also I want to point out, ironically, I had read his book Like a Virgin a number of years ago. And in it, you know, he talked about how he was able to become successful in many industries, considering he dropped out in grade 10 and he was dyslexic. And he's been very successful. And he said two things: customer service and innovation. That's all he needed to be successful. And arguably, he's done okay. So it was great welcoming him on behalf of City Hall. We had a niche event, which was at Jackson Triggs. You can see where we celebrated agriculture industry in the Niagara region. I was joined by Councillor Patel, as well as a number of Niagara-on-the-Lake councillors. It was co-sponsored by them and by the University of Niagara Falls. Big turnout there as we celebrate all the farmers and everyone involved in our agriculture community here in Niagara. This past Saturday, we had the Niagara College Gala. I was joined by Councillors Newstag and Patel at the casino, Fallsview Casino Ballroom, as we were joined by 700 or 800 other people. It was a great night and a great night of philanthropy, and happy everybody could make it. I'd like to thank councillors for representing the city. Councillor Patel representing the city for the NHF Charity Gujarati Comedy Show. Thank you for being at that. I'd like to thank Councillor Lococo for representing the city at the Listen, Learn, and Lead, a series by the Niagara Falls Anti-Racism Committee, and also Councillor Pietrangelo representing the city at the Volunteer Firefighter Appreciation Banquet. Grand openings, we did have a couple. We had the opening of the magnificent Women's Market. That's the second year down on Queen Street. What an incredible place. You get a chance, go check it out. I know we had Councillors Strange, Newestag, Baldinelli, Patel, Kerrio, and Pietrangelo there that day, along with David Dames was there from the Parks Commission as well. And some of these women's businesses have been so successful, they've even sold some of their wares into the Niagara Parks Commission here locally, which is great. They work with our local hub, they develop and incubate a neat idea, then the market picks up their products and sells them and supports these women at this market. It was just a great day, great energy. If you have an opportunity, check it out. Mother's Day's around the corner, probably some really good gift ideas in there as well. Also, we had the grand opening of Board to Bits Cafe, which is a board game place at the Town and Country Plaza on Portage Road. I was joined by Councillors Newestag and Strange, as we're encouraging kids to turn off their electronic devices and do some play old school board games. So pretty neat. They don't even have Wi-Fi there, in fact. They encourage everybody to slow down and do some traditional playing. We did have a flag raising for World Autism Day. I was joined, and that was freezing, snowy, rainy. You guys remember that was a fun day. I was joined by Councillors Pietrangelo, Patel, Strange, and Newestag. Thank you to all for joining us. And lastly, I did want to bring up one other thing, and I'm going to look to council and staff maybe to weigh in on this. But we're having some issues here in town. Oh, I'm sorry, before I get to that one, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead of myself. Sorry, I jumped ahead. Community Curb Side Giveaway. That's this Saturday from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. If you've got something gently used that you want to get rid of, rather than send it to the landfill, you can put it out on your curb. You can also register what you have on Facebook or the city's website, niagarafalls.ca, and a great opportunity for one person's junk is another person's treasure. So if you've got some things you want to recycle, we'll get it out to the curb this Saturday morning by 7 a.m., and I'm sure somebody else will pick it up. Comedy for Kidneys is taking place this Thursday, April 17th at the Greg Fruin Theater, and tickets are available at gregfruintheater.com. Easter egg hunts, of course, that's coming up this week. Fireman's Park will have their traditional Good Friday Easter egg hunt for chocolate eggs starting at 11 a.m. this Friday. And then on Saturday, we have two places that'll do the same at 11 a.m. One is the Canada One Factory Outlet on Lundy's Lane, and the other is the Niagara Falls Soccer Club at Mitchelson. Both of them, again, are this Saturday, April 19th at 11 a.m. And now, this is the one I'm going to ask staff and council to help weigh in on. And this is a graffiti. Did we miss something? Next Saturday. I'm sorry, the 18th. Thank you for the correction, Councillor Baldinelli. Next Saturday, the 18th. That's right. All right, where are we here? Okay. Graffiti. Anyone driving around town should have noticed. And I do want to point out, by the way, Regional Councillor Kim Crater is now joined. So we have all of our regional councillors here in the room at one time. Welcome, Kim. And we've got Joyce and Bob up the front too. So we got everybody. So here's the issue. I've got a bunch of pictures, and we're going to just slowly run through them. As you can see, we'll slow them down just a touch, but you can see there's some local artists that are choosing to spray paint all of our public utility boxes, our salt bins, our bus shelters, our hydro boxes, our lighting standards. They're doing everything. Our cable boxes. There you go. You can see that's on the corner of Stanley and the 420. And it doesn't matter. All the major arterial roads, you go up and down. And it's very unfortunate. You can see the regular signs of vandalism. And anyone that follows along with the broken window theory is leaving things like this leads to further crime and further decay. Makes the city look not nice. So, unfortunately, it reflects poorly on our city. And this tagging, as they call it, with spray paint continues on. So it's both on public and private property. It happens along the QEW. They've been doing it on overpasses. I saw one this morning coming back to Niagara. We've received numerous complaints from businesses and residents about this. And certainly we can directly address this public situation. And we're thinking maybe, we need to start by notifying the public utilities of our intention. We want to get them cleaned up. As far as I'm concerned, this is unacceptable that the public have to deal with this graffiti. And I would hope that whatever we do, we come up with an objective by June 1st to have it cleaned up, either washed off, diluted off, power washed off, painted over, or whatever the case may be. And also maybe look to recoup the costs from the public utilities, the transits, or whoever own the boxes or shelters. So I'm going to maybe go to council and look for some feedback and insight. I've got Councillor Newestade, Councillor Kerrio, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you very much for bringing this up. I think everybody is seeing this. It's affecting all our streets, and like you said, we can't have it. Are there any punitive penalty or to anybody who gets caught doing it? And if so, what happens to them, and are they enforced? Because if there's more of a deterrent, maybe they should be stricter so that we can really encourage them not to do it.
We'll go to our CAO to lead us on this.
It is a criminal matter. The police do have some active investigations underway on it, so there is a penalty for it. There's also under the bylaw, we can use some of our property standards for that. In many cases, though, under the municipal bylaw, you're essentially penalizing the victim of the crime versus the criminal. That's the one challenge with that. So there is penalties both for the property owner and for the perpetrator.
One last question. Has anybody figured out what the actual cost is of cleaning up this, so we realize the impact to to our society.
Mr. Sale?
Yep, through the mayor, we have, and I think to do this catch up, just on municipal property, you're probably looking at one additional crew to sweep through the city for, I know the mayor put out a very aggressive timeline of June 1st, but it might take longer for one crew to do that. And then there's the work after that to maintain it, because when you take a tag down, they tend to replace it with another one. So it would be, kind of an ongoing maintenance issue. We will bring back, some comments to council on how we plan to address it. To be clear, though, just for the record, even though it's in a public roadway, which is our property, most of this property is not our property. It's still under the ownership and the care of the utility, not of the city. So, we will work with them and try to figure out a program that might be a bit more effective once we get it all cleaned up to maintain that status.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerrio and Peter Angelo?
Your worship, would you like a motion?
It would be nice maybe once,
Just a motion to instruct staff to go back and investigate.
Sure.
Best practices to clean it up, talk to our partners, and come back and report to council.
for the night. Okay, so that motion by Councillor Peter Angelo to have them come back to the
No,
next
I'm
meeting?
Kerrio. Peter Angelo's down there.
What's that?
I'm Kerrio. You said
Oh, what did I
council.
say? Oh, I'm sorry.
I know it's been a while, but
Well, considering you forgot to push the button tonight, you're.
I got the button.
Turn that around pretty quick. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Peter Angelo. I think that's what I meant to say. Before we actually call the vote, let's finish our discussion around the table here. So that was Councillor Kerrio. Councillor Peter Angelo, you were next, sorry.
Thanks, Your Worship. I was just going to mention that I think it's the right thing to do for the city to take the lead, because if the city doesn't take the lead on this, then I really don't know who's going to. I think we do need to notify the utilities that, it is our intention to go out and actually clean it up. If they want to be part of it, that's great. If not, perhaps that they can just give the city permission to clean it up, because it is their land, Your Worship. So I understand that, Your Worship. I understand. And I guess those are discussions that you're going to have. But it's a matter of civic pride. I don't think that we're the only city that, that faces this. But it's a matter of whether or not we accept it. And I don't think that we need to accept it. I think we have to do something about it. So good for you for bringing it forward.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, I've got Councillor Dabrowski, Lococo, and then Uestay.
Yeah, I think it's a great initiative that you're bringing forward. I know the City of Toronto has a number you can call, I think it's 311, where residents, citizens can actually report any graffiti that we see. So in terms of inventory management, I know you mentioned you drove through the city or coming into the city where you noticed some of these boxes, but maybe as part of that motion, or maybe just direction to staff, if we can include through communications a way where residents can actually, like we do with potholes, and that's a great idea that you came up with years ago, reporting a pothole, but maybe if we had an email address or a specific phone number residents could call to report graffiti, I think that would just help along with what we're trying to accomplish.
It's a good idea. Yep, part of the report. Good idea. Councillor Lococo, and then Uestay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of years ago, we had an increase of graffiti, and I brought up a motion to have a reporting feature on the website. It was passed. I don't know if the reporting feature is on the website. It was a couple of years ago, so I don't know if that's an email, a phone number, but we did talk about it a few years ago.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
We do have it, it's just, we'll approve it.
Okay, thank you.
With that aggressive timeline, a reminder never hurt.
Yep. I wanted May 1st. You pushed me to June 1st. Yeah. Councillor Uestay.
You, Mr. Mayor. In addition to that, there's also a lot of buildings that have had a lot of graffiti, especially in the Main Street, Lundy's Lane area. Are we going to be doing the same thing to owners, property owners as well, notifying them with the same time frame?
So how would that work, property standards, Mr. Sierra?
Yeah, it's very hard to say we're only going to pick on Bell and Cogeco and utilities, and not. We do tend to enforce more regularly, frankly, on private property owners. So I think that would be part of it. Our ability, however, to access a private property, this one is these would be in our right of way. Still not our property, but we can access that a little bit more effectively than private property. So part of it would be increased enforcement on the private property. We've had success in the past. Last year, we did a blitz downtown. A lot of the property owners did comply with it, but it's one of those things where we have to maintain it. I could probably have a crew going out full-time dealing with graffiti year-round, and both from bylaw enforcement and from municipal works to deal with it. And the council remembers, I think it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Mr. Nico, we tested a steam machine for, one of the purposes was for graffiti. It does work effectively. You have to be careful on certain materials, whether it strips the paint, does some other stuff, but the problem is just increasing. So a part of the report will still enforce on private property. It's just a little different approach that we'd probably take.
Many years ago, I attended a session on graffiti, probably decades ago, so I'm not sure if I remember everything correctly, but one thing that they had mentioned was as quickly as it goes up, it must come down, because if it stays up, then it seems to be an invitation to people who do this graffiti artwork. And also they looked at having, a suggestion was to have, if these people need to do this graffiti, is to have some sort of public artwork space or public space that they could compete and do their graffiti, different types of artwork. I don't know if that's a possibility, so we can direct them there and it becomes more of an art in a public place that's more acceptable than on public property. Just a comment.
No, I think it's a great idea, and you're right about that. And the same broken window theory, the longer you leave it, the more you're going to get. And then it gets to a point you can't catch up. There's just so much. In fact, there's one picture, if we can scroll up, the box that's wrapped, that's on Ellen. And they did this along Lundy's Lane. The BIA wrapped their hydro boxes, and they made it's very hard to vandalize. And it's coming up. Oh, no, okay. I asked her to send it. She must have forgotten. Oh, it might be coming. There's a couple more.
It's also in the bus terminals too.
Yeah, the bus terminal, that's what I mean. Like, there it is.
Okay.
That's the wrapped one. So that's right on the corner of Center Street and Ellen. Yeah, that's an example of one that, yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to bring up the same point because around Kaler and Lundy's Lane, they do have quite a few boxes that are wrapped with a really nice artwork.
Yeah.
So I think if we can expand that program and maybe find sponsors, that would be great.
Yeah.
And to Councilor Newsteig's point, when she's talking about public art in public places, St. Catharines has some wall where people do put their artwork on it. So maybe we can look into something where we can we can have this artist to go up to that wall and maybe display the art there instead of vandalizing the hydro boxes.
Yeah. Give them a graffiti wall.
Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, folks, this is just the internal part of the meeting.
I just thought I could offer just a quick, because everything that everybody's saying, I'm just a person that fixes problems kind of quick.
Why don't you come to the mic really quick? Can you do it really quick?
Very quick.
Okay, this isn't typical.
Everything you're saying is awesome.
Yeah.
My name is Nikki Nindoors. I'm a resident, and it does kind of look really bad. So what I consider is that you actually reach out to the schools and teach the kids the lessons of not graffitiing and how it makes your city look bad, make them have pride for the city. And in each city, where each box is that is vandalized, so around that community, get the whole community to actually work together, because there's all an artist in everybody, right? So everybody, if you reach out, just right wherever the vandalism is, right around there, they all have children. I have a program actually in my neighborhood, and they all come to my home to paint, so they would be more than happy to assist in at least one or two of them for you, anyway.
Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for that. Okay, folks, you heard the motion from Councillor Peter Angelo. We're going to have staff come back at the next meeting. Oh my God, what did I say? Oh my God. Councillor Kerrio, I got to get used to the new seating.
We're going to swap it.
You might have to switch. I don't know. I'm sorry. I apologize. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Peter Angelo, that we come back with a staff report at our next meeting on how we're going to deal with the graffiti in the city on all the public spaces and private buildings. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you for your patience. Next council meeting will be Tuesday, May the 6th. So the clock is ticking. Thank you for that. So now moving along to deputations, presentations, and appointments. And first up, we're going to introduce David Adames, not Adams, it's Adames, the CEO of the Niagara Parks Commission, along with Bob Gale, the chair of the Niagara Parks Commission, to update council on the Niagara Parks initiatives and projects. And just as Bob comes up, I think we've got, And Bob, I was very impressed with what you've been doing down in the parks with the goat program. I was telling the
Oh,
council
boy.
about the program with the goats. And, pardon me? Well, I just thought, Bob, I was hoping as part of your presentation, you're going to talk about the
Oh,
goat
boy.
program. So we call them Bob's Goats because Bob has got a program that he's been doing in the parks. Will that be part of your presentation, Chair?
I noticed when you said it's all going to be downhill from there, you looked at me, so thank you.
Yes.
But-
Thank you. Welcome, Chair Gale.
And
we
thank you.
appreciate you and David being here.
And thank you for having me here, Mayor, and thank you, council and staff and members of the audience as well. Right off the bat, I'd be remiss not to say that thank you for Kim and Joyce being here. We're a good team at the Niagara region. Whether it's positive or negative, we seem to be united on what we do, so I'm proud to be serving with them. But I'm here to introduce myself. I think most of you know me. In about another few days, I'll have been there for a year as chair of the Niagara Parks Commission. Jim knows what I'm like. You all know my personality on this. I say what I feel on it. Sometimes I might be wrong. Not too often, eh, Jim?
No, you're never wrong.
Thanks, buddy. But one thing I'd like to mention, and this is on behalf of the Niagara Parks and me personally, I read about your Ontario Big City Mayor strategy on that. We support this 100% from the Niagara Parks, from me personally, anything we can do to help that, because even talking to David about this, we need a representative there from Niagara Falls about tourism and the issues that we have with that, transportation, ghost station, airport, etc., the borders, why do we have 15 booths and only 2 open at times, things like that. One comment that was made at a seminar that Dave and I were at, and you might have been at too, where how this year they're taking 20 border officers from here and sending them to the new Gordie Howe Bridge. We got enough backups as it is. I'm bringing that up in case you never heard that. But that's what's supposed to be happening this summer. That's what was announced at a thing at White Oaks that we were at as regional councillors. So Niagara Falls does have an iconic reputation, and we would support you 100%. Anything you need from us on this, we would support. So next, I'd like to second, you and I have fun on what we do, and I deserve. A lot of times I'm the one doing the speeches of the Niagara Parks, and Jim, being a Parks Commissioner as well, takes the brunt of my jokes. Here, I hope to leave here with some pride left, but I doubt if I'll have anything left with. No, I get it on this. So, and I deserve it for what we did. Jim and I have been friends for many years, from the 10 Men in the Tent events that you have been at and things like this, and we're both supportive of this community. Although I know the Niagara Parks is Niagara and Lake through to Fort Erie, and I say that to anybody. I run the Niagara Parks different, as you know. Anything that supports people that visit us, the area residents, and that we will consider. So it's not like we are our own kingdom there all the way along. If it benefits the citizens of Niagara Falls, because our employees live there, as well as Fort Erie and Niagara Lake, come to us. And if we can help you, if you're doing something for the Niagara Parks to enhance Niagara Falls and that, we should help you out as councillors as well, or staff, and that. So it's all common sense on this stuff, but don't hesitate to reach out to us on things like that. That being said, now that David's probably throwing daggers in my back for saying all these things, I'd like to introduce you, as you know, to David Dames, the CEO. David's going to do the presentation. I'll be color commentator, and that I like that a lot. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Gale. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here today to present. It's always a great opportunity to come here annually. Let me just make sure I've got this working. Okay, just one second here. Nope. Just one sec. Which button have I got? Is it that?
Just tell me next slide. I'll cycle through it for you.
Okay, next slide. Yep. So we've got the presenters. We'll keep moving through this. So this presentation was posted ahead of time, so we'll move through some of these slides fairly quickly. We'll keep going. So as Chair Gale said, we're a key part of the community. It was founded back in 1885, so 140 years ago. We are a board-governed operational enterprise of the Ontario Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming. What that means is we don't receive any tax dollars. So we generate all our own revenue every year from our revenue-producing operations, which we'll touch upon in just a moment. And our vision, of course, the last bullet point on this slide, that's our North Star, is to be one of the most spectacular parks in the world. We'll go next slide. In terms of our operations and funding, we are one of the larger employers in the Niagara region, so we'll peak at 2,000 headcount this coming summer. So we have full-time year-round staff, seasonal staff, and of course we hire a large number of students. And so many folks have started their working careers at Niagara Parks and have gone on not only to have careers with Niagara Parks, but also in the tourism hospitality industry and many other sectors as well. So our payroll this year will be $70 million, and of course these are individuals who live and work in communities like Niagara Falls. The next slide. Environmental stewardship, and we were alluding to that a moment ago with the goats at Gonders Flats. Yes, they were eating the Phragmites and other invasive species.
Excuse me, David, this is where I have to cut in because he was joking about it. So we brought goats to Gonders Flats up by Netherby Road and they were eating all the invasive species there. And it hit the news everywhere in North America on it. So Jim's going to be there with us for a picture with all the goats, correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
They're Bob's goats. Yeah.
But our environmental stewardship, and of course we have a balanced mandate at Niagara Parks. So environmental and cultural stewardship on the one hand and supporting tourism on the other. So I'm going to talk a bit about environmental and cultural stewardship first. Environment driven by our 10-year action plan. Those are a few items on this list that we do have. The Chippewa Grassland Bird Habitat Project. So again, part of Niagara Falls, a very rich area just near the Legends Golf Course. We do prescribed burns there, so we're into our prescribed burns once again this year to bring back native seeds and other native species as well. We'll move to the next slide. Cultural stewardship, lots of initiatives here. Halfway down this page, we talk about our newer partnership with the TD Jazz Festival. They'll be back again this year at Oaks Garden Theatre, the first day of summer, so summer solstice will be celebrated with a New Orleans-style jazz event at Oaks Garden Theatre, just to name a few points here. And we work with city staff on the Explore the Niagara initiative, where we're talking about different stories and narratives along the Niagara River corridor from Niagara Lake to Fort Erie, but including Niagara Falls. Stories like Nation Building, War of 1812, Fenian Raids, the rich Indigenous history in Niagara, also Black history with the Underground Railroad as well. So those are a few things that are in Explore the Niagara. Let me just see if I can work this. Okay, I think I can work it. I realize you got the other slide, or the other keyboard here. The tourism landscape. So the other part of our mandate is to support tourism, and here we are, it's National Tourism Week in Canada. So it's timely that we're here before City Council this particular week. We are closely monitoring how this season's going. A common question that both Chair Gale and I get asked is, how are we thinking about this coming tourism season? We're very hopeful for a very strong tourism season. And, you know, the U.S. market is critically important to Niagara Parks. 43% of our revenue in 2024 came from the U.S. market. The U.S. visitor spends about $20 more per person than the domestic market. And that's consistent with other international markets as well. And in 2024, we welcomed visitors from 169 countries at Niagara Parks. But that 80-20 rule, so 80% of visitors came from 20% of the markets. So top 5, US by far, UK number 2, Germany 3, France 4, Mexico 5. Those are the top 5. And by the way, there's a direct correlation on some of those markets to airlift into this country. So the UK has the second most airlift after the US, which is also important for the drive market. So just want to share a few of those. But so we do talk about flight capacity being very important to us. So what are we doing proactively? You know, I've always said tourism at its fundamental core is about having a great guest experience. And we're very proud of what we offer at Niagara Parks and the variety that we offer at Niagara Parks as well. So we'll continue to position our bucket list activities. And as Mayor Diodati said earlier about Richard Branson enjoying the zipline experience. So working with our partners like Hornblower, Niagara City Cruises, like Niagara Adventure Excursions and the zipline attraction, but all of our attractions as well. And we will have a brand new attraction this year that we'll be launching this summer. And I'll talk a bit about that in a moment. So key projects, we've just launched recently the new temporary exhibition at the Niagara Parks Power Station. So the Nikola Tesla exhibit is on, so celebrating his 9 patents, but more importantly, celebrating innovators and inventors. And we want to hopefully inspire the next generation of inventors through that exhibition. So that was an international collaboration. We brought that temporary exhibit over from the Tesla Museum in Belgrade, Serbia. Launching the new flying theater, and I've got a slide on that in just a moment. And we'll continue to redevelop the other power stations, which we also have some slides on in just a moment. Capital projects, an awful lot happening north-south, but also central, right here in Niagara Falls. We're revitalizing the pathways around Queen Victoria Park. Dufferin Islands, upgrading electrical infrastructure. We'll be repaving Dufferin Islands as well. Road surfacing will be repaving in Queen Victoria Park as soon as the asphalt plants are open. We have a new public washroom facility just next to the Niagara Parks power station, and lots of other public realm improvements. Coming soon, this is a very significant investment, opening a new attraction in the Table Rock facility, replacing the former Niagara's Fury with a new flying theater attraction. It'll be the only second one in Canada, Flyover Canada and Vancouver being the other, and very few in North America. So our team has been working very hard on the construction inside Table Rock and the production itself. So for those who haven't done a flying theater yet, you literally feel like you're soaring through the air, and our guests will be soaring through the Niagara River corridor, taking in all of our experiences. It will be a unique attraction, opening in August. The redevelopment of Toronto Power, as reported last year to Council as well, this project is now a full go. Construction has started. This is a $200 million plus, fully paid for by the private sector, no public dollars involved, through a long-term land lease deal with Niagara Parks. It is a full restoration of the National Historic Site Toronto Power and building a new 5-star boutique hotel on the riverside, restaurants, spa, museum, gallery, and theater all included in that. So as the construction is underway, and you'll see a whole lot more construction this late spring, summer. Planning for growth in Queen Victoria Park. I would argue this is the most intensive tourism area in the entire country. That has a lot of responsibility that goes along with that in terms of planning the public realm, planning the pedestrian movement, sidewalks, bus movement, vehicle movement, etc. So we are looking at and exploring the potential of the new visitor transportation system to support the increase in use in the park. You know, just a couple of years ago, we opened the Niagara Parks power station. We're investing in Table Rock. We're investing in Grandview. A lot more visitors into that core area. So that visitor transportation system will be very important. Community connections, a variety of them here. We have pictures of the Ice Wine Gala at the power station. We have the Seniors Month promotion, which the idea came right here at this table. So in June, we'll be once again offering that 50% off admission Wednesdays in June. Our annual parking pass, great value add for frequent visitors, including local residents, to enjoy our sites. And of course, the annual fireworks series will be back this summer, supported by the Hotel Association and Niagara Falls Tourism. The Niagara Parks Foundation, we launched publicly 3 years ago on Earth Day, so we'll have a celebration on April 22nd at the Butterfly Conservatory. All are welcome to attend that event. We have been working away through with a TD grant on the restoration work in Dufferin Islands, a very popular place for both local residents and visitors. And our Toonies for Trees program, raising money to plant at least 5,000 trees per year at Niagara Parks. The last 2 years, we've planted over 7,300 trees across the Niagara River corridor. The Children's Garden is a major capital project for the foundation to build a 2-acre children's garden at the Botanical Gardens. Next year, in 2026, the 90th anniversary of the Botanical Gardens, the 90th anniversary of the School of Horticulture, and the 30th anniversary of the Butterfly Conservatory. So we believe now is a time to introduce another new element to that site, a children's garden, a space dedicated with place-based education and fun and play, 12 centers within that 2 acres. So that right now is a focal point for the foundation. We'll have a lot more to share on April 22nd and going forward this year. So with that, Chair Gale and I are here for questions and answers from Council. And again, we very much support, I want to thank you for all your support.
Because he's not a golfer, one thing that David never says is the 75th anniversary of Whirlpool Golf Course next year too. And credit to you on the parking passes for the people. I'll let you speak to that for 1 second because that's such a benefit, if you don't mind.
Well, I was supportive of the Parks program. I'm supportive of the Parks program of having a residential parking pass, you know, that anybody in Ontario could buy, where you could park in any of the lots in the parks, 56 kilometers, and between Fort Erie and Niagara Lake. And you know, it's a nice benefit if you live here that you can buy that, and when you're hosting guests, because who are the first people they call? People live in Niagara Falls, and then you become a tour guide, and then you're reaching into your pocket as you're taking them around. Well, now you want to enjoy the gorge, the beautiful areas that we have, Dufferin Islands. By buying a seasonal parking pass, it's great. And now we have them for the city as well. But your numbers are off the charts, I think, David. Like, I mean, how many passes has the park sold?
And how much are they, David?
Approximately this year.
So a $50 pass, which is good for 2 vehicles. I believe we've sold about 18,000 of them.
18,000.
And if you pay to park across from Table Rock, it's 36 a day. So there's the savings right there. So anybody that's watching this, if you're coming down to the parks, that's why I wanted to bring that up.
No, and thank you. And the parks have been so supportive, and it's such a big success. And again, it's an added bonus if you live here. If you live in Ottawa, you might not buy a season's pass. But if you live in Niagara, it's great value to have. So I just want to say terrific. And the money goes back into repaving those lots, security, and all that sort of stuff. So it's a good way to monetize, but at the same time, reinvest.
So you were there when Stan Cho stood up in front of us all and said that Bob Gale was put on this board to get the projects done. And we have probably over $1 billion in projects on the books to go. And he said if he doesn't get it done, then he's out of a job and I'm out of a job. So I have my marching orders on that with projects. So a lot of red tape, as you know better than I do, in Toronto and everywhere else, but we're going to clear the hurdles, especially when I pretty well killed Miller's Creek up there for a marina that's lost money every year. And that was one of my first ventures to kill that. Now we hopefully have a tender going next year on a big development there. So
We'll have to say it's a great combination of Bob with your business experience, and David knows how to usher things through. Incredibly talented bureaucrat in the province of Ontario. You're a dynamic duo down there. So I mean, we're going to move that ball forward like never before. Parks have never been so efficient, and so many things happening, and everybody is so proud of the parks. You're going to be even more proud when you see them finish off all these major projects. But I do have a number of councillors that do want to jump in, starting with Councillor Newestag, and Councillor Lococo, and Councillor Patel. So we'll start with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you both for the presentation. It's one of the presentations I look forward to every year. It's your presentation's a gem, just like the parks is for us. And every year, you never cease to amaze us with all the different developments that you bring forward. Just name the few, and even your food to help the food insecurity issue with your bridge program, the flying theater, the upgrades to assets, and your children's garden. And I got to tell you, when my kids were little and the McDonald's, that was the thing when the McDonald's did the playground then, I used to take my kids out there because we used to play in the maze. So we made a children's garden just through, those mazes there. And then you had the animals at the back, Roxanne. I don't know if I'm remembering that, it's way decades ago, but we kind of used that as a children's garden long before. So anyway, it's just interesting to see that. And again, I want to thank you again for on behalf of the seniors, because they are so thrilled with that. And every year it's like we got to make sure the parks are going to help us with the pass for the seniors month, because it's a big thing, a very big deal for them. So glad that it's another year. A couple questions for you. Your environmental stewardship, the Chippewa grassland bird habitat, is that open to the public? Can the tourists get to enjoy that as well?
Yeah, through the mayor. So the Chippewa Grassland Project, again, near the Chippewa Battlefield site near Legends Golf Course, it is open to the public. So there's a laneway to go in right by the Chippewa Battlefield site. We are planning to build an observation tower, so that will be more either 2026 or 2027. So people will be able to see sort of across the grassland, and so it's the eastern meadowlark and the bobbling birds that were brought back as a result of having that grassland project done.
Because that's been a number of years that you've been cultivating that land, and I've been watching it, so I'm kind of interested there. Also, under the Municipal Act, we're governed with that asset management program, and I just couldn't help but think of all the assets that are under your domain. So are you under the same asset management program that we have to evaluate all the different assets and have a plan back to the government?
So through the mayor, yes, it's a little bit slightly different than, say, the municipal requirement. However, the province of Ontario, through Infrastructure Ontario, is working with the agencies within the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming as we speak, going through and doing an asset management plan. So that's being actually funded by government to do that. We have over 100 buildings, of course, the parkway, the rec trail, so lots of facilities. Our deferred maintenance is roughly $175 million. That will be updated through the asset management plan. Work actually started last week, and the first 3 buildings that we're looking at are Queen Victoria Place, the police building, which was the original administration building for Niagara Parks, and what we call the Old Yards Operations Center between the 2 buildings. So those are the first 3 facilities, but many more to go. That will take about a year to complete.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's huge what you have under your domain, going from one end of the parkway to the next, and all the different buildings, roads, and everything else that
That's one of the great things of the Toronto power plant being changed to a hotel. That took such a liability off our books. And Vince remembers when he was there, the cost of us taking care of that building, so.
So excited to see that coming as well. When, do you have a timeline for when that will be?
Through the mayor, either fall of 2028 or spring of 2029.
Okay,
So it's
like-
about a 3 to 3.5 year construction period.
So just like when the new hospital is being built, we'll have that as well. There you go. Nice. And just two other comment suggestions. We mentioned that it's Tourism Week, and we do, unless I missed going to a flag raising, we do flag raisings for everything. We don't do flag raising for Tourism Week?
Not that I'm aware of.
Something that maybe we should, can be, you want to, and I think Chair Gale said, or that you want to bring the city and the parks together. Maybe that's something we can look at doing, that we can do a flag raising. And one other suggestion, you talk about your goats. There's this big thing called goat yoga now. So maybe you can look at doing goat yoga as the next activity next year. Just
It's pretty flexible.
Yeah.
I don't really know a lot about goat yoga, but just.
I'll wait for the mayor to explain it to us at a commission meeting. Thank you.
Anyway, I thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for everything you do, and we're just so blessed to have, there's no other municipality in Ontario that has the privilege that we have to have the parks in our backyard. So I thank you for everything you do on behalf of our residents.
Mayor, one thing I did recognize was that this is a wealth of knowledge standing beside me here. I know in the past, and Vince, you remember a lot of chairs, not recent times, but wanted to take over the microphone all the time. I just let him go, and I add in color commentate all the time. So
We're lucky to have him.
yeah.
We got Councillor Lococo, then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor, thank you so much for your presentation. Very proud and impressed about what you're doing at the Niagara Parks, and thank you for being stewards. I did have one question from a resident. They would like to buy the annual pass. Is there a way to purchase it not online? Some people are not comfortable purchasing things online. Is there a way that they can go somewhere to purchase that pass?
Yes, through the mayor, so our parking machines are enabled to issue the annual parking pass. There's also the parking building in Falls Parking right next to the Incline Railway. So there's a brown building at the foot of the Incline Railway in Queen Victoria Park where residents can purchase the pass.
Great, thank you. One last question.
And also that you can drive in to get that pass and park there for 20 minutes, and you can come out for free. Because a lot of people think I got to pay $36 to go in there to park it, but they have 20 minutes to get it, and that's ample time.
Great, thank you. And is there an annual attractions pass? Where can they purchase that? If they're not parking, where can they get the annual attraction pass?
Through the mayor. So there is an annual attractions pass. It's available online on niagaraparks.com, the website.
You can't purchase it anywhere else because they really don't want to pay online.
Right, I'll double check if they can go to a welcome center, so I'll send you a
Okay.
note back on that
Perfect.
one.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
And Lori, thank you for that racism seminar that I was at last week, I think it was. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for attending.
Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair Gill and David Dems for your presentation. Actually, I just want to remind that it's been a year since we had solar eclipse last year. So today has been a year. It was a great experience for everyone. And I personally am really excited for the flyover experience. I have done it different places, and that is an amazing experience. And Children's Garden will be one of the top attractions, especially for school trips. We have Botanical Garden there, we have Butterfly Conservatory there, and then with the Children's Garden, that'll be an amazing place to be. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Children's Garden looks like. My kids are too old, but I guess we'll still go check it out, what it looks like. So thank you very much. And it's glad to see that, actually, no, not glad, but through you, Mr. Mayor, David mentioned that 43% of revenue comes from the American visitors. And as you have probably seen one of the news article that Niagara Tourism is actually working with American tourism to make sure that we have open arm policy to welcome all the visitors. Is Niagara Parks doing anything extra beside Niagara Falls Tourism? I know city, we did a motion here, and we actually, mayor is trying to work with the Niagara Falls, New York mayor to make sure that we are pro-Canadian but not anti-Americans. We want to roll out the red carpet for all the visitors. Is there some measures are you taking for the American visitors at the Niagara Parks?
Yeah, through the mayor. No, thank you for the question. So absolutely echoing all the positive message that we are a welcoming park agency to welcome our American friends. Of course, we have the 4 border crossings also come into our touch Niagara Parks. We're proactively promoting in the U.S. Markets that are important to us. So we track our data very carefully. We know which states we have where the majority of the visitation's coming from. By the way, California is number 5 in terms of the states because of sheer size and airlift that comes in from California into Pearson. So again, proactive messaging, positioning our bucket-worthy attractions, positioning the new attraction, the Flying Theatre as well, but very much working in close collaboration with Niagara Falls Tourism, Destination Ontario, Destination Canada, to say that the Americans are important to us.
And we have a great relationship with the U.S. side, especially the Illumination Tower. It was 100th anniversary?
That's right.
For this September that you'll all find out about. They'll have celebrations on that. And Bob Restaino and Jim have the same type of personality. I can't get a word in, so we're good.
All right. Councillor Kerrio.
Worship, David and Bob, just want to give a little shout out to your golf program. Yeah, I didn't see it unless I missed it. You happen to run one of the nicest golf facilities in Canada, in Ontario for sure, with 3 courses, practice range, good food. You look after your customers very well, and I see there's work being done there.
Yeah,
Looks like you're spending money
I'm going to
there
take this
too.
one if you don't mind. So I got a compliment from staff because I'm the first chair that's cared about golf in 16 years because nobody really golfed. So we put $4 million into the cart paths at Battlefield and some to Ushers Creek, as well as the irrigation, et cetera, at Whirlpool. It's going to take many more millions than that, but at least we're showing the golfers that we're putting money into the parks. I'm going to be a bit critical. When those were opened up back in the early 2000s, they went fast to open them up, too fast for what they should have done at the time, and we're paying for it now, but we are paying for it. So the cart paths should be done at Battlefield by the first week of May, and then we're onward and upward from there.
And then just to continue, they're great partners for all the other tourist operators in the city. They work with the hotel industry, with the other restaurants. There's really only 2 reasons that tourists come to Niagara. One is the falls, and the other one is for what they can do when they get here. They don't come to stay in the hotels. They don't come for any other reason. They come for the things that you provide, the beautiful facility for people to walk through, the activities, the attractions. That's why they come, and they're partnering with us, so it's tremendous.
So being local, I know that our goal is to keep people here overnight. We can keep them for a couple days, that's great. I know all the facts that we've had when we were young, about a few hours they're here and they're gone. So anything we can do, and that's where the people mover system and everything else comes into play. Everything's got a game plan here, but we're probably going to be 3 years of a mess there, fixing things up, but probably in 2028, it'll be a new world down in the parks. I'm hoping that's the way it goes, but it takes so damn long to get an order in council in Toronto. I understand all the hoops we have to jump through, but my goodness, it's a lot of trips to Toronto. You're used to it, I'm not, but you know, it happens. So.
I thought you meant it would take 3 years to get things back.
Your mic. We didn't hear it. We couldn't hear you.
Yeah, 3 years to get these projects done. You're going to see a lot of work done in the parks over the next 3 years. So,
Thank you. I've got Councillor Peter Angelo who'd like to comment.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And through you, I just want to thank Chair Gale and CEO Dames for coming and making the presentation. I guess the first thing that I would say is that we very much value the relationship that we have with the Niagara Parks Commission, and we always enjoy working with you as well. It was pleasing to hear you say that the 2 pillars or the bookends that you go by are environmental stewardship and supporting tourism, and then you're everything in between as well. And a lot of times we cross paths with the city and we have different projects that we might collaborate on. We actually have a cost sharing agreement on our agenda tonight. And so that's why I said we value the relationship that we have with the Parks Commission. It's great to hear that you have a new attraction opening, especially since the tunnel that was opened a few years back was such a success. So I very much look forward to checking out the new attraction. Your Worship, I have to say, I do have my parking pass.
Okay.
And then the last thing that I'll say over to Chair Gale is that when the goats are done eating all the Phragmites, perhaps you can talk to Mr. Nickel, because I think we have some stormwater management ponds that need some maintenance and have some Phragmites in them as well. But thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Appreciate it.
That's great. Thank you, Tony. Councillor Baldwin.
Thanks, Chair. Fantastic. I love the presentation. I love what you're doing. I'm a big fan of Niagara Parks. It's always been beautiful, beautiful. Ever since I grew up, I used to hang out at Dufferin Islands, do the fishing and running and swimming, and you can't swim there anymore, but it's too bad. It was a great fishing and fun area to travel all the way down from Fort Erie, like you said, all the way down to Niagara Lake. Now, I understand that, you know, the land part of it, you got all that done, and then all the flowers and beautiful like stuff like that, and all the new, and all the water that you're doing, the rehabilitation on the upper Niagara River, especially for small fish and rehabilitation there. And the air. Now, we have a lot of the, I was talking to Councillor Kerrio, we have eagles now, ospreys, falcons, and I was just wondering, for the ospreys, I talked to my cousin many years ago, because I would travel up and down that way. I fish up there a lot. The ospreys, they have perches that you find that they don't have a lot of tall trees in this area, and there are a lot of them around, and it's very beneficial. They help keep actually the cormorants away, so do the bald eagles. And maybe in the future you could probably think about doing it, because every time you go up north or anywhere else that you do, and they have a population of osprey that feed off the fish, they have perches for them. Not right on the parkway, but near and just off center. And it would just, because there's a lot of bird watchers there every time I travel up and down there. But you're doing a fantastic job, and I think that the more experiences people come to look at nature, the more that they want to come. And as Mr. Kerrio or Councillor Kerrio stated, they don't come for the hotels, they come to see the parks, and the park spurs everything in Niagara Falls. And I thank you for that. Thanks.
Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, David and Bob, for the presentation. I'm just kind of echoing everyone else's, but yeah, congratulations. You know, with all these new attractions, that's like Mr. Kerrio said, was you know, people come down here to see the falls, but they need something to do while they're here. They're not just staying in the hotel, and you guys create, you know, just amazing attractions. You got the horn blower, you got the new power station, new hotel that's going up. This new attraction. I even know on the big holidays like Canada Day, and you guys actually shut down part of the parkway where they can actually walk and enjoy. I think we want to see more of that. I think I always agree with Mayor Diodati that the more walking streets, the better. You know, I love the idea of people just walking down there and enjoying themselves, and whether it's vendors or whatever it be, just looking at the falls. I don't like the idea of people driving down there, stopping, getting out of the car, taking a picture. You know, if you did that at Big Ben, you get charged like $10,000 fine. The other thing is, I know what a lot of residents are missing down by there is the big concerts, the big Victoria Park concert. Is there anything in the future that, you know, might be coming forward with the hotels or the Hotel Association that might be coming from the province that we can showcase Victoria Park and New Year's or the off season for the hotels where we get some concerts back at Victoria Park?
Yeah, through the mayor, we're in active discussions right now with Niagara Falls Tourism and the Hotel Association to bring the New Year's Eve back. So it's not confirmed yet, but we're working really hard on that. We're looking at activating Oaks Garden Theatre more. We talked about the TD Jazz Festival. Again, first day of summer will be back in it, but I think we can use Oaks Garden Theatre more so. So yes, music is an important part. I also want to say that you'll see a lane diet starting in Queen Victoria Park this year between Murray and Clifton Hill to make more pedestrian space available. So we're after the paving job that will happen in late April into May, and by the May long weekend we'll be putting up some new barriers in there to again expand the sidewalks and make the less easy for the vehicles to go through. And we're looking at more days to close the parkway as well. That's why that visitor transportation system that we're working on will be very important, so that we can look at more days to close to vehicle traffic.
That's awesome.
And one thing that we always have to, I won't go into it in great depth, but is security. You've seen what happened in New Orleans and stuff like this. So you talk concerts, we have a lot of concerns in the background. So we meet with the police and everyone else. We don't know how to solve a lot of these things. So until we can, we're not going to do it. But I'm sure we will do it. We will find ways things to happen. It's not like it used to be.
Yeah,
as
no,
you know.
no, definitely. And we saw in Toronto with,
Yeah.
you know, vans going through and traffic and stuff like that.
So
We need
somebody
big
calling us,
barriers
say,
up.
why don't you have a New Year's Eve concert? A lot more to it. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not saying we're not going to. I'm just saying that there's a lot more concern on that, on who's playing, what type of crowd are we getting as a result of who's playing, things like that, so.
Yeah, I know the residents, and they appreciate how many years we've done the concerts down there. And maybe
Yeah.
we can even think as an off season, you know, when the tourists aren't here for that long, maybe we can think of a concert series or something to do. I think it's a great place to play and have Niagara Falls, the
And
best
it's our
backdrop
duty-
in the world.
Look at Oaks Garden, what a beautiful place it is for a concert and something like this, and it's sitting there empty. I know we've had Good Morning America or whatever it is years ago, but it's such a beautiful place. But there's a lot more things to consider on it.
Oh, there is definitely, but you know, I like that you guys are thinking of the back burner and thinking of bringing that back, so we appreciate it.
Live with Kelly and Ryan and
Yeah.
Regis and Kelly and
Regis, wasn't it?
Yeah, Regis the first, we had 3 of those. And lastly, we've got Councillor Dabrowski to close it out.
I'll keep it short and sweet, and I'll echo and thank you for your presentation. And we are blessed, we're so lucky through you to have 56 kilometers of open road and a beautiful parkway with amazing attractions, and whether it be fishing or the natural trails like the Niagara Glen, we're lucky. And just to speak to Councillor Strange's point, if there's one thing I heard about in the past 6 months or a year, and post-COVID, it's the New Year's Eve concert. And I know there's a lot of logistics and policing and whatnot. And back in the day, and when I say back in the day, I don't mean 50 years ago, but 10 or 15 years ago, having CBC go live from Niagara Falls was a big coup. But marketing's changed over the past 8 or 12 years with TikTok. Everybody literally has a TV in their pocket where they can go live. So there's no better way to promote the great things that Niagara Falls has to offer than with a concert like New Year's Eve or with ongoing concerts. But thanks for the presentation. I can't wait for that new attraction to open. It's very exciting. Love what you're doing with the parking and with seniors offering the 50% off. There's so many great things that you're doing. So kudos to you, and thanks for coming here today to present.
Thanks, Chris. And I just want to apologize to everybody behind us for taking so long here, but thank you.
I kept it short.
You're of great interest. You're part of the community, we're part of the parks, and the parks are part of the city. So I mean, what a great symbiotic relationship that we have. So on behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you very much. We appreciate you coming, and it's always an open door anytime you want to come back and update us. We'll look forward to the opening of the next attraction. Oh, Councillor Dabrowski's got one more thing.
And one more thing, Gordon So's here with the Niagara Film Festival, and maybe just, I'm thinking, you know, smart people around in the room, but maybe the film festival and the parks could maybe partner next year. But
not a bad idea.
Just a quick idea for you, maybe you can connect on the way out.
Yeah, the people are coming back, so we're willing to listen to all ideas. Just you can do the math like we can on what works and what doesn't. So
Yeah, and feel free to stick around. It's going to be an exciting night.
I'm staying with Joyce and them. I owe it to them right
Yes,
now. Thank you.
They had to listen to you, and you know. And next
Yeah.
up is the film festival. So I'm looking for a motion to receive the presentation from the parks. Moved by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? All right, thank you for that. So now I would like to invite up the Niagara Canada International Film Festival. So we've got Dr. Gordon So, who's here along with 4 other guests, and I'll invite up Gordon So if you'd come to the podium and if you'd introduce your guests, because I know the Parks Commission are waiting to hear your presentation. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, we jumped ahead. We'll do that, then we'll go to the parks, because they need to hear this. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate your patience on this one. Yes, Gordon So, and you're here with some other people?
Awesome, thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I've been this nervous just waiting to get up to talk. Yes, I have my business partner, director for our film festival, Mr. J. Jack Hansen. We have Alana Fruin from Greg Fruin Theater, Senior Carlos Sousa, our senior advisor, and Elisa from Innovation Hub as well. So thank everyone for the opportunity to be here.
Welcome.
Awesome. I think there's a video. Somebody said they had queued a video. You guys okay for that?
Yeah.
I was saying, but you guys would leave. So I got a 30-second video. Is there a sound? Yes.
Any more sound on that?
Awesome. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much for queuing that up. So that was 2024, and that was our first year here in Niagara Falls with our film festival. The Niagara Canada International Film Festival had been live for this will be our 5th year, 3 years online. Last year was our 1st year. My business partner, Jay, and a number of his associates have been hosting film festivals, the Tamil International Film Festival, for about 7 years now. Montreal, New York. And I thought, being crazy, I said to them, guys, what do you think about Niagara Falls? And they said, well, we've been online for 3 years already. So I made a call to Mayor Jim Diodati, and he said, if you're crazy enough to come and do it, do it. So we came down, and everyone said it's a destination event. It's going to be hard to get people to come to Niagara Falls. Even though there's 12 million people, I think 12, 14 million people coming, they're not necessarily here for the film festival, they're there for your amazing parks and so on. And so Joyce Morocco, she graciously jumped on board and helped us as well. You saw her in the video. So last year, we were at the Scotiabank Convention Center, and we were fortunate to have a special guest with us. We teamed up with the Toronto Film School, so we can do some mentorship for some of the young up-and-coming filmmakers at the Toronto Film School. And then Andrew Barnsley, who's the president of the Toronto Film School, happened to also be one of the executive producers for Schitt's Creek. And so he came and he spent an entire day with us. He was part of a panel, and so the filmmakers had an amazing time just spending time with him, Q&A at the panel, red carpet with them. He was just very gracious. He gave us a lot of his time. And so really what we, our 3 things that we want to do with the film festival is, number 1, champion independent filmmakers. We want to champion independent filmmakers here locally in Niagara Falls. We have filmmakers who submitted films last year from Niagara Falls, from St. Catharines, and independent filmmakers worldwide. The second thing we want to do is make sure that folks who come to Niagara Falls obviously have a good time. Right? So let me just back up. So the filmmakers and the film lovers who are attending the films, that they have a good time, a good experience, and then they enjoy everything that Niagara Falls has to offer. And the third thing, which kind of sounds silly, because neither Jay and I are residents of Niagara Falls. So our promise to Mayor Jim is we want to be able to bring economic development growth and tourism to Niagara Falls. However small or little on our part, we want to be able to do that. So last year, we partnered with an organization called Kidpreneurs that have taught over 300,000 kids between the ages of 8 to about 16 years old how to start their own business, from lemonade stand to maybe building an app. And so they came and they sold out the Old Stone Inn, had a standalone event there, and then they brought the kids to a red carpet so they could experience the film festival, the red carpet, and they're actually making a documentary on their experience and their treasure hunt and the experience that they had in Niagara Falls, and then they're going to be submitting that film festival next year, not only to Niagara Canada International Film Festival, but to film festivals all around the world. And so in terms of this year, I think we're fortunate that we don't necessarily have the big stars coming yet. So if you guys have a Robert De Niro in your back pocket or a Tom Cruise, we would love that, right, to have them come here. So we have a special guest coming this year, and she is someone we believe, as a woman entrepreneur in Hollywood, she broke the glass ceiling. Donna Smith has now retired, but she's produced films that I grew up watching. Some of you may be familiar with some of these films: Titanic, Back to the Future, Terminator, Babes, Casino, Traffic, Star Wars. Some people think I'm Jackie Chan, but I'm not, right? So one of my favorite movies is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. So this weekend, she's actually with Angst Lee, who's the director for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and they're talking about how do we bring individuals like Donnie Yen, how do we bring Michelle Yao to the city of Niagara Falls to future film festivals? Well, how do we get Hong Kong filmmakers to come here? Chief Dr. Lester Bailey, perhaps I could just finish with one more story here. Chief Dr. Lester Bailey, along with our senior advisor, Carlos Souza, he is a former retired police officer from Chicago. And he's bodyguard for 2 U.S. presidents. Well, one of the favorite individuals he's bodyguard for that I love is Maya Angelou. And he's accidentally gotten into the film industry. He's with a company called Mindatorium Studios. They're filming in places like Mexico, Brazil, Germany. They're filmmakers, they're actors, they're producers. They're coming to Niagara Falls for our film festivals. And we're looking at how can we offer in the future things that we can give to future filmmakers, students, that we can help them become, I don't know, can anybody else become the next Spielberg? Maybe, just maybe. So that's just us. So Jay, myself, our team, we're here because we, Chris or Councillor Dabrowski, thank you so much for, putting the idea to let us know that we can actually be here. We just want to be here, let you guys know we're here. We're here. We're going to do our best to bring tourism, right? Put heads in beds, have people dine and eat at the restaurants, go to all the amazing attractions that you guys have here. If I could finish with this story, when I was 8 years old, my parents brought us here to Canada. Guess where we would go? Niagara Falls and downtown Buffalo. Those would be the 2 places we constantly go to. And I was always that black sheep in the family. Anyone relate to a black sheep in the family? Goats, right? But I was that black sheep in the family. And my dad, my mom, I would always get into trouble. When I ever came home, right? You guys have somebody who just loves you unconditionally. And my mom would used to say to me all the time, like, no matter what, son, I always love you. And here's the analogy she gave me. She said, it's like being in Niagara Falls. Can you imagine? I was only 8 years old at the time. And she already taught to me about Niagara Falls. She said, love is like this. She says, when you get closer to the falls, as you get closer to the falls, you feel that spray, don't you? And you feel that spray, you feel that water when you're right beside the fall. You can just feel it. She says, then the further you get away from the falls, right, then you stop feeling that little drizzle and that spray and that fall. So that's what my love is like for you. She says to me, son, like, doesn't matter where you are, right? I'll always love you, but stay to the source. And Niagara Falls has been a big part of my life. My business partner, Jay, we're both immigrant kids, and they're here every weekend. I've been here since I was 8. Now all my 6 grandchildren are coming, the butterfly conservatories, the botanical gardens, and I'm afraid to invite Mayor Jim Diodati to our film festival this year, because last year on the red carpet, he said to one of my daughters, you should have another, is baby the right word? Yeah, you should have another baby. So guess what? We're going to have our 7th grandchild walking the red carpet this year at the Niagara Canada International Film Festival. So my question for you is, what will you be wearing to our film festival this year? And I do have a package for each and every one of you, and we do have a report too if you want a copy. There's tickets in here, 2 tickets for each one of you to attend the Saturday and Sunday event. So a Saturday and Sunday event. And if you can't use it, please gift it to somebody maybe who would like to come and enjoy 2 days of cinematic experience. And Elena Freeman, they have graciously, on the Friday, not only do we have a wine industry networking event, we have a fashion show. We just launched a Niagara Canada International Fashion Show. We did our first casting call this weekend at Winery, just around the corner here. It was a huge success. And I believe, is there going to be a magic show? There may even be a magic show that evening as well. So Friday, June 6th, 7th, and 8th, please come and join us. Okay? Thank you so much for your time.
Very good. Thank you very much. Just before you run away, Gordon, Councillor Dabrowski, would like to comment?
Yeah, through you. Thanks, Gordon. Great presentation. And Niagara actually has pretty rich history when it comes to film festivals. I can think back to the mid-90s when Stella Stevens was here. I remember working at Niagara Helicopters and helicopter flying with big celebrities, and there was a lot of big buzz before. I think we landed on the convention center grounds before that was built, but Rome wasn't built in a day, and I think what you're doing is great, and it's a testament to Niagara Falls and how special our community really is to have somebody like Gordon, who doesn't necessarily live here, that's bringing a festival like this into the city. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are you still accepting submissions
We are still accepting submissions till April 29th. It's a final deadline. I believe we have about 300 submissions already.
Good.
Yeah. By the way, you have been such a tremendous help. I mean, every turn, every corner, every challenge, every struggle, you've been there for us. I want to thank you for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you mentioned about big celebrities, and I think what you're doing is very grassroots and organic. Sometimes the celebrity doesn't make the film festival. I think Colin Farrell and a number of other celebrities have become well-known or famous because of their film submissions getting into a film festival and then gaining notoriety by that way. So either way, what you're doing is great, and thank you for the tickets, and I look forward to seeing what's next. And Niagara Falls is home to many famous actors and film producers, one of them being Jonathan Sobel, and I think back in 2013 he actually filmed at the power plant. He filmed inside there, so it's just interesting how, full circle things come together, and this might build a new relationship. But look forward to seeing what's next for you and your
team. Do you mind if I just share this thought? Then?
Sure.
In terms of the big players, the A-listers, I would love it if they come. So first of all, we're here to champion independent filmmakers, and then somebody once said every somebody was once a nobody. So there could be that next rising star coming through the Niagara Canada International Film Festival. Like last year, we introduced the DNA of Love, which is one of the moms whose son was the captain for the Niagara Ice Dogs. And that DNA of Love, that story, the story of the mom instead of the son who scored the winning goal for Team Canada and made the nation proud, like Nollywood is now all over her film, and that started right here in Niagara Falls. So a couple names I can actually mention because they said it's okay to do that. So there are folks who are looking, they're watching. I think some people are watching us to fall flat, some people are watching us to succeed. And there's, we came this close, you guys, to getting Brad Pitt this year. Can you imagine if Brad Pitt came to the city of Niagara Falls? Could we support that? They're still thinking they want to come, but having something like that would take a lot of support, a lot of resources. Something like that, and it would be great. And they're knocking on the door. They're saying what's going on. Should we come? Should we not come? So, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate being here. Any support that you think you may be able to help and support, we definitely.
I don't know if it's a motion, but a direction to staff. But maybe to receive the report, and maybe have a communications department send out a press release, or if you have press communications, maybe on behalf of you and the city, we can send that through. But thanks again for coming, Gordon.
Motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Kerrio, that we receive the presentation and that we support the film festival through our city website and resources to help promote it to the public. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much to the film festival team. We appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you. All right, and my apologies to Commissioner of Public Works, Terry Ricketts, because I did jump out of order here, and I'd like to welcome her. She's going to come up today and speak to City Council about water and wastewater. I can't think of anything more exciting than water and wastewater after hearing about the goats and the film festival. So, Commissioner Ricketts, please come to the podium, and I believe you're here also with Phil Lambert, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I am Terry Ricketts, Commissioner of Public Works for Niagara Region. I'm here with Phil Lambert, our Director of Water Wastewater Services. So thank you very much for inviting us. I understand that you're looking to understand our water wastewater rates and really some of our challenges, and we certainly have some of those to share with you, but also some successes and some very exciting projects on the forefront coming up. So with that, I'll invite Director Lambert to deliver a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. As she mentioned, my name is Phil Lambert. I'm the Director of Water Wastewater Services at the Niagara Region. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to give a special thank you to all the regional councillors from Niagara Falls that came here today. So for water wastewater, the region is required to provide safe drinking water and effective wastewater treatment. We're governed by a number of legislations and requirements, including the Safe Water Drinking Act, the Environmental Protection Act, the Clean Water Act, many other regulations and requirements. So Niagara is unique, and you've probably heard that a number of times. And due to Niagara having 27 different urban pockets, we're very spread out. Because of that, we have a lot of infrastructure. As you can see on the slide here, we have 6 water treatment plants, 11 wastewater treatment plants, over 112 sewage pumping stations, booster stations. And what I want to point out here is when you're looking at the amount of water we produce in a day of safe, clean drinking water, it's 153 million liters. But what we receive on an average day is 212 million liters of water. We treat that effectively before it's released into the Great Lakes. So what that tells you is we're receiving significantly more wastewater than water. And I'm sure your general manager, Eric Nicol, has talked to you before about the importance of inflow, I&I reduction, wet weather management, because when it rains and that water gets into our wastewater systems, that's a challenge for everyone. So looking at our trends and our challenges, we have a few. For water, 46% of our water facility assets are in poor to very poor condition. We look at our wastewater, 49% of our facility assets are in poor to very poor condition. 70% of our water treatment plant capacity is from plants more than 100 years old. And then on the wastewater side, it's about 82% for capacity that is about 50 years old. So as asset condition decreases, risk of system failures increases. But to be clear, public safety is not at risk. We have many layers of protections to make sure our services are safe and reliable, and drinking water is safe to drink. When we experience significant equipment failure, the risk becomes service interruptions, which we can manage like a water main break. The caution is that with infrastructure as old as ours, it can take a long time to fix. We have to make custom parts, and these are complex, large facilities that are operating, so it takes time and many years to make the required improvements. When we compare ourselves, we look at Waterloo and York region. And the reason is because they're the only other 2-tier water wastewater governments in Southern Ontario. And what you can see here is while many municipalities struggle with infrastructure funding gaps, our situation is a little more serious in the Niagara region. We have significantly more infrastructure than our comparators. And this is because, as I mentioned before, we have 27 distinct urban pockets. We have an escarpment. We have rock from that escarpment in certain areas. So we're very spread out. We have a lower population density than other areas in the GTHA, which are a little bit more dense and typically have fewer large plants. But at the same time, we're very early in our growth projection, and we anticipate that growth population to increase. When we measure ourselves against Waterloo and York, what we find are these trend lines showing the cost per megaliter treated and for operating. So what you would expect to see likely is that because we have more infrastructure, our costs would be higher. But what you can see in this chart is the investment made by York and Waterloo has almost doubled over the period of 10 years, where the Niagara region has been very focused on making sure that we have an affordable service. But with that comes constraints to the condition of our assets. On the wastewater side, a similar story is here, where again, if you look at Waterloo and York, the cost or their investment has actually doubled over the last 10 years. And we are cognizant of affordability to the water wastewater users, but it comes at a cost of declining asset condition and more emergency repairs. This is a slide I probably want to spend a little bit of time on, and it was one of the most important slides for me coming into this role. I've been in it for about a year or so. When you look at that entire line, the green, the yellow, and the red, what that represents is sustainable funding based on our asset management plan. I heard asset management before. So where we're at right now is about 20% of our required sustainable funding for wastewater. And then with water, it's about half. So our plan is to have regular investments. That's that yellow incremental bar where we're very fortunate to receive an increase over the last budget period. And it's very important that we continue to have the courage and commit to investing for our capital infrastructure. The reality is that we're facing a large amount of old infrastructure in Niagara, and it's been underinvested for many years. It is critical that we address our backlog today and into the future with responsible funding levels. We can't simply allow our assets to continue to deteriorate to the point of failure. It's very important that we provide safe drinking water and effective wastewater treatment. Now, a question has come up to us: what is the approximate cost to a household in Niagara region? So we tried to do an oversimplification to come up with a number. It's about $2 per day. But what we did is took the total cost for wastewater and water and divided it over the number of houses in the Niagara region, serviced houses, and then divided by 365 to come up with the $2 per day. Please note this doesn't include the city's water wastewater costs. But it gives you an idea, a range, about an approximation of how much we're paying for clean drinking water and effective wastewater treatment. Now on to more specific items for Niagara Falls. There are a number of projects that are ongoing. We have the Niagara Falls water treatment plant, where we're making many upgrades to the pumps and the substation. We're looking at replacing the Lundy's Lane elevated water tower, doing an EA and a design for that. And then we're working with OPG on the Niagara Falls water treatment plant intake relocation project. So that's making sure we can get our water from the Niagara River. On the wastewater side, we have 9 projects in process where we're looking at upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant, as well as pumping stations, trunk sewers, and force mains. We're specifically noting here some rehabilitation and relining through the Thundering Waters Golf Course. And of course, our South Niagara Wastewater Treatment Solutions program. We're currently working on the design of the wastewater treatment plant, the outfall, and the trunk sewer. We know that Niagara Falls is growing. What you have here is a slide from our 2022 Water Wastewater Master Servicing Plan. All the boxes identify a growth project. And you can see here you have South Niagara Falls, a new wastewater treatment plant. And then this is water. So you have a large trunk water main, that big orange line. That's to reflect the amount of population that's anticipated to happen in South Niagara Falls, as well as some plant improvements and other projects. On the wastewater side, there's many pumping stations that are required for capacity expansion. And again, the wastewater treatment plant in the south of Niagara, as well as the trunk sewers. And this is for the long range when we're looking at our master servicing plans. And a special note to say that we're embarking on our next master plan, our 2027 water wastewater master plan, which will feed into our development charges. And with the anticipated growth that's continuing to increase, we're going to probably see more projects. And before I leave this slide, I just want to point out, if you see the raindrops on the screen, those blue drops, what those represent is the need for reduction in wet weather flows. So that could be sewer separation, removal of storm water that's getting into the sanitary system. So we can't build pipes, pumping stations, and plants big enough to handle all the water and storm water. So that's why it's very important. And the region's partnered very well with the city on many CSO funding programs and projects. So more specifically on the new South Niagara wastewater treatment plant, This project was initially approved in the 2016 Water Wastewater Master Servicing Plan. We've gone through the Class EA, selected the property, and now we're into the detailed design. We anticipate that detailed design will be completed by the end of 2026, and then with funding, once we have funding, we'll be able to start the construction anticipated in 2027, subject to funding. There will be many benefits to not only Niagara Falls, but also Niagara Lake, Thorold, and St. Catharines. This is conceptually some of the work that we're looking at right now. The purple line that you see, that is a trunk sewer that's currently under design. It's going to go along Montrose Road and allow us the opportunity to remove some pumping stations, and then the plant itself with an outfall. For the existing Niagara Falls wastewater treatment plant, I have to say that staff have been working very hard to remain in compliance with all applicable regulations and requirements. We've been working cooperatively with regulatory authorities. The degradation of the existing secondary treatment system has hindered staff's ability to meet the regulatory requirements at this plant. There are a number of actions on the screen that staff have been working on to address the range of exceedances at the facility. We're currently working on the capital program to replace the secondary treatment process, and we're hoping to have that online and completed by the fall of 2025. We're continuing with our maintenance efforts to keep our equipment limping along, and we've also reduced the amount of hauled sewage that's allowed to come into the plant, only domestic and not high-strength winery waste. So I've provided you a lot of challenges and current condition of where we're at with our water wastewater system at the Niagara region, and now we're providing some solutions as to how we're going to fix this. We're really focused on our major maintenance and management review. We need to be very good at preventative maintenance and resource ourselves appropriately to make sure we're doing preventative maintenance. We're doing an engineering services review to optimize our capital plan delivery and to adjust to emerging needs. We're optimizing our services. An example is flow pace chemical demand. So based on how fast the flow is coming into the plant, that's how much chemical we're using, so it's actually pacing. And we've recently completed our biosolids master plan. So at the end of the day, there's a sludge from all these plants that needs to be treated. It actually gets treated and then can be applied with the agricultural community. So where do we go from here? Advocacy is a key step. We have to work with our federal and provincial partners to make sure we receive funding. And that goes especially for the South Niagara wastewater treatment plant. We're working on our asset management plan. That update is pretty much complete. We now have about $6.4 billion worth of water and wastewater assets in the Niagara region. After that, we'll have our financial plan, which will recommend a funding strategy for sustainable funding. And we're continually working on opportunities to enhance our services and optimize what it is that we deliver. And with that, I'm happy to have any questions, but before I open it up, I would like to personally invite all of you for a tour of our water or wastewater plants. If you're ever interested, please let us know. I've been told that I have to mention that my associate director for the water operations and maintenance is a local resident of Niagara Falls, John Bernay, and he said he'd be especially pleased if he could show any of the councillors the water plant.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert. Appreciate that. I'm sure a tour of the plant on Stanley would be a ripe experience. I'll start off with Councillor Newstag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And I think it's a great thing for all of us to go and tour. We did, most of the council did tour the one by Kingsbridge Park a few years ago, but this water issue is really very critical, and as you sit around this table, you understand the importance of it, and you often hear residents talk about the cost of water. They just think that the water just flows, and they don't understand all the associated costs with it. And I think that's something we really need to do a better job to educate them, because just the overall expense of it and how critical it is, basic right from the beginning, is how essential good drinking water is. We heard in Walkerton the crisis there, and also there's legislation. So it's really a very critical thing. And I believe you're here tonight because a few months back we had, we had a presentation, or we were going through the budget, and we saw the increase. Can you just review again the increased cost of the water and wastewater that was significant and brought this presentation to us tonight? Not just the $2, but I think it was back a few, maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Nicol, we had talked about that increase. It was significant, and I think that's why we had the presentation. Oh, okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Nicol.
No problem. So through the mayor, you're referring to the budget presentation last December, is that correct?
Yes, that's significant.
For sure.
Increase.
So I think it was probably highlighted a little bit more on the wastewater side, simply because the increase was a little bit greater. So a lot of the charges on the wastewater side are fixed, obviously, especially coming from the region. So we saw about a 9.7% increase in the regional costs associated with the, oh, sorry, I apologize. That's on the water side was a 9.7% increase. And then on the, let me just jump down to wastewater. On the wastewater side, we saw an increase of about almost 20%, 19.9% on the regional fixed charges for the wastewater budget. So it is a large component, unfortunately, with the way our budget's structured. The a large portion, in most cases, more than 50% of our cost is that regional cost that we're discussing today. So.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So that's kind of alarming for us, because as we're seeing taxes, all of this is going up. And when we're looking at, and I heard earlier, previous decisions were made to keep taxpayer affordability, but at the same time, I'm not sure where this is going to go, and maybe you can address that too. When you're saying that our assets are almost at 50% in bad to terrible repair, or worse repair, and poor to very poor, and you talked about $6.4 billion in assets, which really leads us to $3.2 billion in poor to very poor. Makes me concerned where are we going to be going with the increased cost of water and wastewater. The public needs to be kind of prepared that we're going to have significant increases. Can you speak to that?
Sure. Through the chair, the reference to the 50% of water wastewater assets, those are our facilities. So those are the 11 wastewater treatment plant facilities. So we have more assets in wastewater, so it isn't the whole 3.2 billion, but it is still a substantial amount. And one of my, I really do find this slide just behind you there, that really shows what sustainable funding is. So it's 164 million based on our 2021 asset management plan for water and wastewater in order for us to maintain our assets. And that's coming from our asset management plan. And we're going through an update. So that update is now, unfortunately, going to show that those bars are growing based on the cost. So our real focus is going to be on incremental increases that are dependable so that we can have a funding source to address our main critical assets. And we're going to be the very best at maintaining and preventative maintenance of those assets that we can't get to. So it's going to require us to de-scope some projects and focus on the critical item rather than a wholesale change.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Mayor, should we be looking at, I know you're talking about advocating to the other levels of government for the treatment plant, but should we, just based on what you're saying, that the cost to our taxpayer is much greater because of the way that we have the escarpment, the way we're situated here, and you mentioned earlier about 27 different pockets. Is that something that is considered at the other levels of government, that kind of it's, we have a disadvantage here, that are we able to get extra funding as opposed to having that huge burden placed on our taxpayer?
Through the chair, I would say that every time we get to speak to the Ministry of Environment or our provincial or federal counterparts, we have to underline how unique Niagara is for a number of reasons. But one of them is that we grew up in 27 different urban pockets that were serviced. When you look at our comparators, you may have 1 or 2 plants right at the lake. So we do have a focus of making sure that we advocate, we tell our story, that we need sustainable funding. One thing that strikes me is every time I've walked into a plant, you'll see a plaque. And on that plaque, it'll say this was brought to you by a council, provincial program, and a federal program. And so now we're at a point where we have all of these plants that are coming due and need improvements, and we need our partners at the province and the feds to help support us with our infrastructure funding.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if there's any way that we can work with you, and if also maybe we can have regular reports back to us, because I think this is so critical to, well, safe drinking water is very critical, and wastewater, so definitely this should be I'm seeing alert here. This red bar here I see, it just looks like alert. I want to move over to this wastewater treat plant. I know there's negotiations between the 2 different levels of government to, maybe you can talk about what is the cost to getting this new Niagara South wastewater plant. Maybe you can help me with that word too. Wastewater. Wastewater.
Through the chair, the South Niagara wastewater treatment solution, we have a budget from end of 2021 was when the Class EA was completed. The estimate at that time was $400 million. For
2021, that's 4 years ago, so that would be significantly higher now.
Through the chair, one of the things we're doing, that's why it's so important to do this design. So that was all the components that you're seeing on the screen right now here. So that includes the trunk all the way to Thorold South. But right now we're really focused on the trunk sewer through Niagara Falls and the plant itself.
Now I understand without that, that's going to limit a lot of development, and we need the housing development. What do we do if this doesn't come together? Because we're not going to meet our housing criteria.
Through the chair, there is a lot of growth planned for South Niagara Falls. And what we're finding is, I mentioned before that wet weather constraint. So we can have a dry flow that we can easily handle, but when it starts raining and there's a lot of water getting into our system, that's where we're facing substantial challenges. So I think a strategy, as I noted in one of these slides, the raindrops, that's where we need to help remove I&I inflow, infiltration, wet weather, stormwater. And I have to give Eric and his team credit. They have put in a lot of projects for that CSO funding program, and we work with them collaboratively to address those issues.
And through you, what is the likelihood of us getting this? Like, how close are we going to get the funding from the other ministries for this? It seems very critical.
Through the chair, I can tell you it's one of the #1 advocacy items for the Niagara region. We're going up on Niagara Week to see the province, to talk to them about that. We've had good feedback from the provincial level, and now that we're hopeful that with the federal election that further infrastructure funding will be made available.
And if it isn't, there will be much more pressure on our Stanley wastewater. And I understand that's not at great levels, because there was that newspaper article that said, it's a declining asset. We're failing there. So what would happen in that case? Like, that would be extremely serious.
Through the chair, the plant itself has some capacity. We're working on addressing the secondary treatment system right now that's limping along and causing the majority of the compliance issues. So when we have a project underway, it's nearing completion. We're hopeful that's going to be online by the fall. So that should address any further compliance issues. With that, it's really getting the flow to that plant. So we talked about the number of pumping stations that we have. There are other areas in Niagara Falls that will be able to grow, but there'll be limits on how much you can push all the way up to the plant. So there's going to be a bit of a trade-off there.
Okay. I think that's pretty much everything I have to ask. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I have Councillor Vince Kerrio next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Lambert, thank you so much for the presentation. I think we all can say this is very concerning, and I would like to show my appreciation to the staff who are limping along and doing all of the repairs. They can't really do anything else until we fix the infrastructure, put new infrastructure in it. I wanted to talk about the South Niagara wastewater treatment plant as well. In addition to what Councillor Newestig said, if we don't get it, it is going to put pressure on our other pieces of infrastructure. What will be the cost to our other infrastructure if we do not get the new South Niagara wastewater plant? If we don't get that, what kind of investment are we going to need to put in? We might not hit our targets for housing, but for our existing structure, what are we going to need to invest to get us to a point that will be acceptable and not poor quality?
Through the chair, I don't have that number available right now, but I can tell you, actually, that your CAO, Jason Burgess, was involved in the discussions back when he was at the Niagara region in 2016 when we looked at the master plan, and the costs were very comparable. So if you continue to pump it north, there's a lot of infrastructure that you got to improve going all the way to the north. Or you can build a plant in the south end, and there's many benefits, and it unlocks a lot of development potential. So it's going to be very costly either way. But right now our main focus is on advocacy and getting funding so we can unlock a lot of development potential in the south of Niagara.
Okay, thank you. So if we don't get the funding, it's still going to cost approximately the same amount of money, that $400 million, that is probably more than that. It's still going to cost the same amount for us to limp through with what we have. Where is that money going to come from?
Through the chair, I don't want to misspeak. When the initial analysis of going north or a new plant was done, there were comparable amounts. We haven't done an evaluation since then.
Okay.
Our main focus has been driving on, let's design the plant, let's go for advocacy, and everyone in this room is part of the advocacy component to make sure we're getting infrastructure dollars.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe we should look at what happens if we don't get it. I think we need to have a plan B. We also talked in the report, it talked about domestic sewage only, that we wouldn't be accepting winery waste. Can you expand a little bit on that? Like what was happening? What was the cost? Were the wineries paying for it? Expand a little bit more on that.
Through the chair, I'd gladly expand on that. With the plant in the condition, the current treatment system in the condition that it was, we didn't want to overtax it by providing high strength winery waste to it. So that winery waste was sent to other plants that could receive it. There were other, going back to the slide, there were other works that we had to do to really focus on our maintenance of our existing equipment. We looked throughout the sewer shed as well to see if there was any new contributor, which might be an industrial source. So there were many steps along the way that we had to, and we're continuing to make sure we're within compliance. But the winery waste was a small component of that, but we still took domestic waste.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, just two more questions. I know we've talked about if there is a failure, that we would shut things down before it became a health issue. And that's great, we're not going to have health issues, but then we don't have the service of water or wastewater. So what happens if something does happen, we have to shut it down? Where are we? What do we tell our residents who don't have the water or can't flush their toilet? What do we do?
Through the chair, I would say that to that, we do have redundant systems built within these plants. The concern is that with the aged assets that we have, that some of those systems, when you have duplicate systems or trains, if two of them are out and you're left on one, you're really going to have to hustle to make sure you get that other one back up and running. So there's a lot of work that we're continually focused on with maintenance.
Okay, great. And the last question I have is, sorry, I had one more question. In the report it talks about discharging to the Welland River from the new plant, the new South South Niagara wastewater plant. When people read that, they think, oh, you're discharging into the river. What does that mean? Can you expand on what the normalcy of a wastewater plant and what how the river works with that? And what processes are in place that people are not getting sick or that sort of thing?
Through the chair, in the case of a wastewater treatment plant, there's a lot of regulations and requirements and ongoing monitoring. So our effluent quality has to meet those requirements. Being discharged into the Welland River as part of that EA for the new South Niagara wastewater treatment plant, we looked at a study, and it's known as an assimilation study. So it's basically looking at your water source. What is the quality of the effluent that can go in there that will not cause any issues? And so we're required to treat our effluent to an amount that will not cause detrimental impacts.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for answering the questions.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation, and the report is alarming. I hope everybody here and everybody's watching understands the need for improvement. And one of my question is, that's the one question we all get, is why does sewage charges always higher than the water charges in a water bill?
Through the chair,
Thank you.
from a regional point,
Yeah.
I can tell you that we have about $4.4 billion just on the wastewater side. So if you have more assets, there's a higher cost to running those assets. We have 11 wastewater treatment plants, over 120 some odd sewage pumping stations, 300 kilometers of force mains and gravity sewer. So that's a lot of infrastructure. We have $2 billion worth of assets on the water side. So as there's less assets for the water, the cost isn't as high compared to being able to replace that $4.4 billion worth of wastewater assets.
Thank you very much for explaining that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, this another question is, would you please explain how South Niagara wastewater treatment plan will optimize wet weather management and reduce the risk of overflow and flooding? It's just for people to understand why it's so necessary and we really need to have that plan built in Niagara Falls.
Through the chair, on the screen here, this big purple line, that's a trunk sewer. So it's going to be a very large trunk sewer. And with that, it's going to provide the benefit of being able to have some storage. So that way you'll actually be able to reduce the number of overflows due to essentially an inline storage that's ongoing. And also we'll be able to design the plant as well so that it can handle these higher flows.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, through you, Mr. Mayor. You know, as we look at our projection by 2051, our population is supposed to grow quite a bit in Niagara region. Would this plan be sufficient to address those needs? Thank you.
Through the chair, we've been working very closely with Niagara Falls staff and looking at the population projections, where that growth could occur and when it might occur. And based on that, looking out to 2051, we're confident that the new plant will be able to handle that. We also look very long-term as well, but that's why we do our master servicing plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Kerrio.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Lambert, I think very important in this is that you've been very careful to take into consideration the people's ability to pay. I know we've got a lot of work to do. I know you've got a lot of poor to very poor equipment, but in your plan and in your strategy, it was interesting and made me happy to hear that the ability to pay was very important and how you made your plans. It's huge for the taxpayers because you could fix it. If you put the amount of money in to fix it, we just couldn't pay for it unless we get help from other levels of government. My other question is, obviously when you showed us the slide with the water that's infiltrating into the sewer, and then you did comment, my question was going to be to our people, because I'm assuming that it's our responsibility to stop the infiltration into the sewers, the cities. So that falls on us. Am I right, Mr. Nicol, that that's our responsibility to try and reduce or eliminate the infiltration, which is a big headache for you?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, the infiltration that comes in from our combined sewer systems, where we have one pipe for both the storm and sanitary, is the city's responsibility. Fortunately, we're able to use some of the regional dollars that are set aside for combined sewer separation from the region's programs and their budgets. We're wrapping up our wet weather strategy as part of our master servicing plan. It's a $100 million plus program to separate all of those sewers. So it's not something we can do immediately or even in probably my career. Not only do we have combined sewers, we have weeping tile connections and roof drains from commercial properties that enter into that system, even separated systems. So it's definitely something that's not easy to tackle, and our prioritization should be on best bang for your buck right now. But we have a lot of work to do, and it is, I would say, mostly a city priority. Any pipes that are underground that are leaky also can accept sewage, water sewage into the, groundwater into those pipes. We have probably 10 to 1 in the amount of pipes buried that the region has, so we are likely accepting and taking on more of that infrastructure through our leaky pipes in the region. They might have a small fraction, but I'd say that's mostly our responsibility.
Thank you. And do we have some money in your budget this year to do some work?
Yeah, through the mayor, we have, I'd say our capital budget is driven mainly by sewer separation, because those are old pipes and the water mains are old as well, so we're doing it all at the same time, but it is probably our largest driver of funding in this year's budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
All right, well, if there are no further questions of council, I want to thank you very much, Mr. Lambert, for being here. Also, Ms. Ricketts for being here. We appreciate your insight. I look for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Newestake, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? And that's received. Thank you very much. And feel free to hang out with us. There's an exciting meeting ahead. They're dwindling. Bob's knees were shaking. He was ready to go. Okay, next up, 7.4, for anyone following along the agenda, we've got Stephen Docherty. Is Stephen here? Yes, did I say that right? Yep. Okay, close. Was it Doherty or Docherty? Docherty. Okay, I apologize. Stephen Docherty, resident, requesting to speak to council regarding traffic safety concerns.
Yeah, forgive me. Thanks for seeing me this evening.
Yep. And if you could just state for the record, sir, your address, and then they'll start the clock once you're ready for the 5 minutes.
My name's Steve Docherty. I live at 6063 Pauline in Niagara Falls. Councillor Strange sent me here, so forgive me if I don't know all your protocols. I don't do this all the time.
That's okay.
I have a short prepared statement that, if you don't mind, I'll just read so I don't editorialize. But perhaps there's a few pictures in my PDF that could be brought up to support.
You guys have the pictures?
Figures 1 through 5, maybe. They were, yeah. They're embedded at the bottom of the PDF, but it might be illustrative. Just the same, I'll carry on and.
So, okay. We'll give it a second.
Thanks.
If you want to, we won't start the clock till they get those pictures up. We'll give you that extra little bit of time.
Appreciate it.
And if you want to just start talking about it, then
yeah, of course.
We'll try to call them up.
So sorry, I know you can all read, but this is for me to stay on message here. So Mayor Diodati and City Councillors, I'm here today in order to escalate to you the ongoing safety issues at the intersection of Pauline Drive, St. Michael Avenue, and Angie Drive. For the past number of years, I have failed in my attempts to have city staff remediate the safety issue, and am now forced to address you in the hopes that City Council can positively resolve the situation. In March 2021, we received a notice of application for an assessment which had the intention of opening Angie Drive to connect to Garner Road, which you'll see eventually on, it's the green line in figure 1 of the attached. At that time, I expressed my concern to the city planners about the existing traffic speeds and behaviors, which I expected to worsen with the development plan. City planners responded by indicating traffic calming measures would be deployed to compensate. Spoiler, they have not been. Since then, Angie has been open to Garner, and I have repeatedly begged the city to fix the safety problem they created at the intersection in question in a number of ways. I've asked that they install a four-way stop instead of the existing two-way stop, which you'll see the red circles in Figure 2. The response I received was that there was no point in converting to a four-way stop if the existing two-way stop is ineffective. I mean, why have a two-way stop at all? I don't. Installing heavy-duty actual speed bumps rather than so-called speed humps or speed cushions, which are present farther up Angie, which frankly are a joke. Drivers straddle them at high speed, like some kind of video game. You can see a picture of it in Figure 4. The city indicated that speed cushions would be installed once the top layer of asphalt is on the extension. From my point of view, that has no bearing on the situation as the development is far from the intersection, which you can see through Figures 1 and Figure 3. Painting a crosswalk for pedestrians, which are the white lines I proposed in Figure 2. In this area, there's so many bus stops and kids and dog walkers. And finally, one of the tangible items I recommended was disallowing parking for east-west traffic on Angie Drive. On a busy day, particularly spring, summer, kids are out playing. These parked vehicles, they obscure the already dangerous crossing. So you come up to the existing stop signs, but you can't see clearly in order to know whether you can proceed. So these are the yellow arrows on Figure 2 that I proposed. In addition to these sort of technical measures, I've also suggested, it's not my expertise, but I've suggested to city staff that they undertake an unsigned traffic study on the justification that people change their behavior when they know they're being measured. And so city staff has in fact done signed traffic studies and they acknowledge that there are substantial characteristic changes in the intersection, but for some reason they rely upon this statistical output of their software rather than the lived experience. And so finally, I guess it would be value that lived experience and community feedback. And, you know, so go and interview the residents whose homes are in close proximity to the intersection. I do, in fact, have many other things to do than harass the city. I'd rather not be emailing about safety concerns. And so, in closing, our quiet corner of Niagara Falls has been transformed into a veritable racetrack since Angie was connected to Garner. And I'm here because now is the time for City Council to direct city staff to remediate the intersection. So, thank you.
Thank you. So you got the picture up there?
Yes, sir. So the green is my home.
Yes.
And 3 and 4, along with the white lines and the yellow lines, are some of the items that I have recommended. The figure prior to this shows the state of the neighborhood before opening Angie to Garner. That green line is the new extension. So it used to be a very quiet corner. The red dots there are the existing two-way stop. And since Angie has been connected to Garner, the nature of my little neighborhood has changed dramatically.
So currently, there's 2 stop signs.
Yes, sir.
And you're suggesting a couple of things. One, you're suggesting 4-way stop. And you're suggesting, no, the part I didn't understand when I read your note is how you can't see the stop signs. And why is that?
Right, so like on a spring or summer day, say people are having barbecues or baseball games or birthday parties, whatever, where those yellow lines are, people park there. And if you're going, you know, through the stop sign at 1, or through particularly the stop sign at 1, like from my driveway, the parked cars at the yellow lines serve to obscure the intersection, because 3 and 4, the proposed stop signs, they don't exist. And so, like, again, to be honest, none of this is my expertise. I would rely upon city staff to, you know, acknowledge the very real problem and then just take whatever normal measures, right? Like, this is my amateur attempt to, like,
and the other thing you mentioned too, that the speed hump is not stopping traffic.
Oh no.
It's not slowing it down.
These speed humps, they're very small. They're very small, and they have there's space between them. And it turns out that the space is perfect to straddle your vehicle. And so they don't serve to calm the traffic at all. In fact, they serve to entice people to swerve into oncoming traffic in order to straddle.
Okay, got it.
So thank you for your time.
Questions or comments of council? Yes, Councillor Dabrowski?
Yeah, I appreciate your concerns for you. Thanks for the presentation. Forest View, which I think is south of Angie, are the speed bumps the same on that roadway? Or?
Yeah, to the mayor, the speed bumps on Forest View, so it would be sort of southeast. A couple of my kids went to Forest View.
Yeah.
They have a very real speed bump there, right out front of the park. And when you connect with it, you know.
I've done it.
Yeah, it's quite a different animal.
And that's what I recall too. So, like, what about some consistency? Because to your point, like, now that Gardner's open up and there's a lot of construction taking place, Angie and Forest View are basically thoroughways. And I think with Forest View School on Forest View Boulevard, I think there's a few extra measures in place. There's a roundabout, some stop signs, but I think what you're saying makes sense if you have a rational case, and I think we should look at it carefully. And I'm not sure if it's a motion that we make or we send it back to staff, but I appreciate your concerns and I hear what you're saying, and I'd like to help you get it fixed with this council.
So what I'm going to do, appreciate that. I'm going to ask, Councillor Strange is going to speak, and then I'm going to ask our general manager of municipal works to weigh in on this for us. But yeah, and Councillor Peter Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Stephen, for coming to council. And myself and Councillor Peter Andrew, we met with the residents, got to be about 4 years ago. And it's been going on since then, since they extended Angie to Gardner. And, you know, we've heard and have had lots of emails from Stephen and some other residents about the traffic. There's kids playing. I can understand the parked cars there when you can't coming out of Pauline, you can't even see the stop signs or traffic coming. So it's very dangerous, and you know, we have to come and get some kind of resolution to, because safety is the biggest thing. You know, we don't want to be responsible for someone getting hit or a kid riding his bike because there's a parked car there. Plus, there's no stop sign. I think a four-way stop sign seems pretty simple. I'm not sure, and you know, whatever motion Chris will be making, or Councillor Douglas will be making, I think we should look at, you know, possibly having staff go out there looking at, you know, what's the cost of another couple stop signs. You know, it's going to slow traffic down. I can see Angie Drive being, you know, a lot of throughway traffic coming, sneaking out of Gardner or getting to Gardner. A lot of traffic going that way because they can now. So I think, you know, the city and council is responsible for helping alleviate some of the traffic concerns and especially the safety concerns.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Peter Angelo, then we'll go to our staff.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to say, first of all, thanks to Mr. Doherty for coming tonight. You spoke very well, by the way.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, even though it's not your area of expertise. Your Worship, I think we kind of knew this was coming, as Councillor Strange said. We went out there a number of years ago. We met with a bunch of the residents. They did ask us to install more four-way stops, and we did. We put in, I think it was at least 2 more, maybe 4. I'm trying to recall. But at that time, we did hear from the people that lived on Angie as well, in regards to the road opening up to Gardner Road, and we knew that there was going to be some traffic concerns. I don't mind a four-way stop here, Your Worship. If Councillor Dabrowski is willing to make the motion, I'm happy to second it, and then we can hear from Mr. Nichol.
So just before we do, though, I'm going to ask staff to weigh in. Okay, yes, Councillor Patel, yes.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your presentation. I live in the area, so I understand what the concern is. The area where NG Drive and the Gardner Estate area is a very busy area. There are so many people on the sidewalk, people walking their dogs, and there's lots of kids playing around on the bicycle. And there are lots of people speeding there too. That's another issue we have in the neighborhood. They are really speeding. They're flying through the neighborhood. They're flying through the streets, and I have seen it, and most of the residents do complain about it. So having a stop sign will reduce those speeders. Like, they will have to stop before they go, so that will affect the speeding quite a bit. So I'm really happy to support it. So thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go to staff now, and I'll come back to Councillor Dabrowski if he wants to put a motion. Yep, Mr. Nichol?
Yeah, thank you through the mayor, and thanks, Mr. Doherty, for coming today. I think the only comments I want to make is we only have one style or standard of speed hump. We'll have staff go and check the speed hump that was built on Angie Drive as part of the subdivision agreement for the new extension of Angie Drive. The developer is required to put in the next speed hump, so that is still a requirement, and that will be coming. I also wanted to address that staff did a traffic study in 2024. We did a speed study through the variable message speed signs, and we also did a traffic count at the intersection. What we follow as staff is a intersection warrant. So there's technical guidelines that staff are advised by, and there is always a danger for staff to not stick to those technical warrants. So we'll always stick to what the guidelines are telling us, because there's a liability on the municipality and on staff for recommending something that doesn't align with those professional recommendations that come down from the province. And the reason they have these warrants is to ensure that there's no unintended consequences by doing an installation of a traffic signal or traffic sign that might be unexpected for drivers. What I mean by that is if there's a high volume of people coming through on Angie Drive, they might not stop at the stop sign, and now there's a perception from the side street driver that someone is stopping, and now you actually create a conflict point. It's minor based on the traffic volumes that are there, but that's how these warrants are developed. So staff will take council's direction. Council has that ability to amend the bylaw to add a stop sign, and those stop signs will include a 15-meter, which is in the Highway Traffic Act, restriction on parking at the edge of those stop sign intersections. We will take that direction. We'll gladly put up those stop signs. We can do that within our operating budget allowance. I just wanted to be clear that we follow those technical warrants. We can't, as staff, make a recommendation that advises against those. And we're happy to take your direction based on the decision tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Nicol. So I'm going to go to Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you to Mr. Nicol, what would the liability be of adding a four-way stop?
Yeah, through the mayor. So if staff were to recommend that and there was a safety incident, and I have a report saying that it wasn't recommended, the discovery could result in staff being held liable. However, council, and I'm not going to weigh into the legal argument here, council does not have the same level of responsibility for its decision making. Through the Municipal Act, you're protected in defending your decisions. So, I've been through this once or twice before. The risk is low, but there is always that potential that we're installing something that isn't warranted or recommended. So I don't think it's a very big risk to the Municipal Council. I might look to my colleague legal down the horseshoe here, but I think council is protected in its decision making. You have a right to make that decision, whereas staff have a different responsibility in our sort of professional ethics to follow what the technical warrants are.
Yeah, I guess I don't see how before we stop would be a liability, but to your concerns as well through you, I think the fact that Forest View has additional safety measures in place, larger speed humps, actually forces or makes people, especially not some Councillor can tell, but when the neighborhood gets used to certain streets or they learn about shortcuts, it creates even further traffic. So I think because there's less measures on Angie Drive, they're actually seeing people that would typically go down Forest View, maybe go down Angie Drive. I don't see how it would be a bad thing or a negative thing, but obviously we want to follow the Highway Traffic Act and not make any mistakes. But I think your points are valid, and I'm happy to put a motion forward to staff look into putting in a four-way stop and maybe looking at the speed humps that were installed at the time of construction when the neighborhood came into existence.
Okay, we got the motion by Councillor Dabrowski. Well, it's automatic, didn't he say?
Yeah, thanks to the mayor. The Highway Traffic Act restricts parking within 15 meters of a signed intersection. So by default, there's a 15-meter restriction. We'll do a sightline review, and if it requires an extension for no parking sign, we can definitely add that.
Okay, and then I've got Councillor Dabrowski, Baldinelli, and then Strange to speak for the motion.
Thanks, Stephen. I agree with your recommendation and very well put out, and I absolutely support the idea. I think it's required in a lot more areas around the area because of a lot of young kids coming back into the city and they're driving a little quickly, but thank you very much. Well put together, and thank you for showing up and doing it, and I support your cause.
Thanks.
Next, does somebody have a microphone on? We can hear something. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're just gonna, because nobody's touching anything. That's what I don't understand.
It's my heavy breathing. I'm not used to this.
Are you breathing heavy? Yeah.
No, honestly, it wasn't that. It's just
my panting, my anxious panting.
And we don't mind. I'm just going to go see if it's actually like that. We can
Yeah, we'll do that. And then, well, in the meantime, we can go to Councillor Strange.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to Eric Nichols, talking about the kind of the legal aspect of you know, if someone, I don't know if they're not used to the stop sign, obviously they would have to know it's coming maybe, so people would, is that what you're talking about? So if someone doesn't know the stop sign's coming and they're used to going through, is it kind of is it unsafe then? Is that what you're saying? That originally there wasn't a stop sign there, so they might come forward thinking there is no stop sign, or is there something that we can put in there, you know, a month before saying a stop sign's coming or something like that? I just didn't kind of understand what you were talking about as far as the legal aspects of it.
Yeah, thanks, and through the mayor, I'll be a little bit clearer. I'm talking in general terms, so the warrants we follow that are handed down from the provincial agencies we work with talk in general terms. So what they generally say is, you know, if it's not warranted, you're advised to not do it. One, because there's a cost, so we shouldn't be spending money on things that aren't required technically. And two, it could cause unintended consequences. What I mean by that is that if you add something in that it's actually unexpected because it's not a traditional treatment for that type of intersection, now people could be confused and they don't know what to do because they're not expecting it. You know, for example, like a traffic light where you don't need a traffic light in the middle of nowhere, someone might speed through it, and then now you have a conflict point that you didn't intend to create. In this case, though, drivers are expected to follow the rules of the road. They're expected to stop at a four-way stop. If they choose not to, we have an enforcement issue, not an engineering issue. So I think in this case, there is very little harm in my mind about going ahead with a four-way stop. You know, like I said, drivers are expected to follow the rules of the road. It's not council's responsibility for those drivers to stop. The drivers are responsible. Yeah. It doesn't always create or cause drivers to slow down their speed. Sometimes they race between intersections, and it's that acceleration and the noise and the braking that causes the issues. But there's certainly, in my opinion, very little risk about going forward with the four-way stop if that's council's choice. Just it's not something staff are recommending because it doesn't meet the test.
Okay, thank you. And I just thought because some people might not be used to that stop sign coming forward, they're used to not being a stop sign. But in your, I don't know, could you think of other ways, if we do this four-way stop sign, is there other ways? Can we do, because I know Councillor Dabrowski a few years ago brought these slow down signs, children, whatever it may be. I don't know if you have any on your street or in the neighborhood, but I know we have them here that, combined with the four-way stop, we might be able to put a slow down, children in the area type of thing, which might be a good added, sign there, and to get used to that stop sign as well.
So to the mayor, I guess my answer to that observation would be that the measures currently in place were designed and implemented before Angie was connected to Garner. And given the substantial change in nature of the area, something else has to be redone.
Yeah. So I think maybe, with the four-way, maybe we can put some of those signs up as well and just get people to slow down a bit. And then obviously with the stop sign is going to help a lot. So, but thank you for coming down and bringing this to light. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Okay, folks, so we do have a motion, which has been duly seconded, that we put in four-way stop, and along with it, the 15-meter non-parking. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, so now we move on to our planning portion of our agenda. And 8.1 was deferred until a future date, so we go to 8.2, and I am going to ask our city clerk if she'd be so kind as to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A planning meeting is now being convened at 6:31 p.m. to consider a draft plan and subdivision and consider the proposed amendments to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit to facilitate the development of 626 dwelling units, parkland, open space, and stormwater management facilities and public roads at the municipal address of Part 6357 Progress Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March 18th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan and subdivision and the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside the council chamber. Appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal with regard to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments only are subject to those parties listed in Section 17.7 and 37.19 of the Planning Act. The public are no longer able to appeal a plan of subdivision as per Bill 108.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I now call on Mackenzie Cece, our Senior Planner, Current Development, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed draft plan, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendment. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining me for the public meeting for the proposed official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision modification for part of 6357 Progress Street, more commonly referred to as Riverfront Phase 2. The subject lands are located on the north side of Chippewa Parkway, east of Dorchester Road. The lands are approximately 26.3 hectares in size and have historically been vacant. Surrounding land uses include the Canadian Pacific Railway line and the Conrail drain to the north, along with a proposed mixed-use development. Lands owned by Ontario Power Generation and the Welland River are located to the south. Provincially significant wetlands, Phase 1 of Riverfront, as well as the Stanley Avenue Business Park, are located to the east, and additional lands owned by the applicant are located to the west. The subject lands, along with the surrounding lands, have been subject to various development applications and associated public consultation processes over the past 17 years. This slide provides a brief summary of those, which I'll walk you through. Beginning in 2008, Council approved an official plan amendment that redesignated the subject lands from residential and open space industrial and open space to residential in a special policy area. In 2010, an official plan amendment was approved to refine the area's natural heritage mapping. In 2018, Council approved an official plan amendment that redesignated the subject lands as residential low-medium density, open space, and environmental protection area in the Riverfront Community Plan. In 2020, a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications were approved by Council for the purpose of implementing the approved land use designations that were approved in 2018. In 2023, Council approved an extension to the approved draft plan of subdivision for a period of 18 months. And lastly, in 2024, a 213-unit draft plan of vacant land condominium was approved for the lands to the east of the subject lands this evening, which is referred to as Riverfront Phase 1. These approvals ultimately led to the designation, zoning, and subdivision of the lands for residential, open space, and environmental protection purposes. I'd like to emphasize that the applications that are before Council today will simply reconfigure the existing road network, relocate lots and blocks for residential development, and facilitate the consolidation of parkland blocks to create one larger centralized neighborhood park. The proposed applications will accommodate a greater number of dwelling units, resulting in an efficient use of land and the provision of affordable housing options. I'd also like to note that no changes are proposed to the lands that are currently designated in zoned environmental protection area. So starting with the proposed official plan amendment, as I mentioned, the subject lands are designated residential low, medium density, open space, and environmental protection area. And the proposed official plan amendment application proposes to reallocate some of the designations on site. So they're proposing to redesignate part of the lands that are currently residential low, medium density to open space, and vice versa, converting some open space lands to residential low, medium density. And as I mentioned, no changes are proposed to the lands that are currently designated environmental protection area. With respect to the proposed zoning, the current zoning of the lands is a site-specific residential low-density group multiple dwelling zone, environmental protection area zone that's site-specific, as well as an open space zone. And the proposed zoning bylaw amendment proposes to introduce a new site-specific residential mixed zone, as well as a new site-specific residential low-density group multiple dwelling zone, as well as a site-specific open space zone. And again, no changes are proposed to the lands that are currently designated in zoned environmental protection area. So this slide shows the existing and approved draft plan of subdivision. This was approved by council in 2020 and is subject to existing conditions of draft plan approval that were recommended previously by the various agencies and staff. And this next slide shows a representation of the proposed phases of development. So phase 1, which is outlined in red, is the 213-unit draft plan of vacant land condominium that received approval in January of 2024, and that's referred to as Riverfront Phase 1. Phase 2, which is outlined in blue, represents the lands that are subject to the applications this evening. And here you can see the approved road network, open space blocks, and blocks for environmental protection area, as well as the blocks for residential purposes. So that's what the current configuration is under the existing approval. Phase 3, outlined in yellow, represents a future phase of development for which we have yet to receive any development applications. This slide shows the modified draft plan of subdivision. As mentioned, the subject land applications only apply to the lands that are outlined in blue here. As you will notice, the proposed modifications include reconfiguration of the existing road network, the reallocation of blocks and lots for residential development, and this will accommodate 626 dwelling units, consisting of 175 detached dwellings and 451 townhouse dwellings, and the consolidation of parkland blocks to create one larger centralized park, which is located in this area north of Street I that's proposed. With respect to zoning relief, the applicant is proposing to rezone the lands to a site-specific residential mixed zone, a new site-specific residential low-density group multiple dwelling zone, as well as a site-specific open space zone. And in summary, staff are supportive of the requested departures, subject to some minor modifications, which are discussed in the report. The proposed departures will facilitate a compact built form and efficient use of land. And I'd like to note that several of the requested regulations are identical to or generally consistent with the existing site-specific zoning that's on the subject lands and which was approved by council in 2020. With respect to neighborhood comments, a public information open house was held on December 5th, 2024. 5 members of the public were in attendance. We have also received written comment submissions, which have been provided in the council package for council's review, and comments have been provided by the applicant in response to those comments that have been raised. So beginning with respect to the future ownership of the environmental protection area blocks, a condition of draft plan approval has been recommended by staff that the environmental protection area blocks be conveyed to the city. Regarding the development of surrounding lands, the city has received development applications for the lands on the north side of the rail line, as well as the lands located east of Phase 1. The merit of these applications will be assessed independent of the subject applications. With respect to the downrating of surrounding wetlands, on January 1st, 2023, the Government of Ontario introduced changes to the Ontario Wetland Evaluation System, which allows qualified wetland evaluators to undertake reevaluations of wetlands that are currently mapped as provincially significant. The proposed applications do not involve the reevaluation of blocks that are currently designated and zoned for environmental protection area purposes. Regarding the location and size of the proposed parkland block, as mentioned, the proposed parkland block has been located in a more centralized location. It's 1.96 hectares in size and will consolidate to improve the utility and programmability of the parkland in this area of the city. With respect to soil contamination, a Phase 1 and 2 environmental site assessment was completed and identified elevated levels of thallium in the northwest corner of the subject lands. This is expected to be associated with the adjacent rail line, and although it's expected to be isolated, there is a condition of draft plan approval requiring the applicant to complete supplemental sampling. In this case, a record of site condition isn't required, given that there was no previous previous use of the lands, but we will be ensuring that the remediation occurs if possible, or if required, through the condition of approval. Regarding fencing adjacent to natural heritage features, regional and MPCA staff have recommended that this fencing be constructed adjacent to natural heritage features. This is a standard requirement when there are provincially significant wetlands adjacent to residential developments, and it minimizes encroachments and promotes and protects the conservation of natural heritage resources. And lastly, with respect to the impact of proposed trails within environmental protection area blocks, the environmental impact study made various recommendations, one being that trails should be constructed outside of the amphibian breeding and movement periods and along amphibian movement corridors to avoid impacts on amphibian breeding and movements. And it's further recommended that within sensitive areas, cyclists be prevented from using the trails, and that interpretive signage be installed to remind users of their role, as well as the sensitivity of the habitats. In summary, staff recommend that council approves the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment subject to the regulations and modifications outlined in report number PBD 2025-23. That council grants draft plan approval for the Riverfront Phase 2 draft plan of subdivision, subject to the conditions contained in Appendix A of the report. That draft plan approval be granted for a period of 3 years, and that the mayor or designate be authorized to sign the draft plan of subdivision and execute the subdivision agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceci. First off, are there any questions of council? Got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Ceci, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really happy to see that the owner and staff have made a lot of changes based on the comments from the residents and the concerns. You talked about thallium levels in the northwest corner. Could you show me on a map where northwest is? I'm sorry, I tried to figure it out, but I'm not geographically.
Absolutely.
So I'll start talking then while you're bringing that up. You said that it's isolated and not representative, and that a mandatory record of site condition is not required because it was never developed. It does talk about that if it is increased levels, there'll be a letter and how to address it. How do you address thallium, and where is it on the map?
So in terms of, through the mayor to the councillor, the approximate location is generally up in this area of the site.
Okay.
So in terms of the letter that the region has requested, it would be from a qualified professional outlining, if there is an exceedance, what would be required in terms of mitigation. So I don't have that information now. They haven't provided that yet, but as the condition of approval, they will be required to identify after they complete the supplemental sampling. In the event that it is determined to be an exceedance, they will outline essentially what measures they'll be taking to ensure that development doesn't proceed until that's rectified.
Okay, and through the mayor, that if you go to the other one where there's the division of lots, there is right there, that top left, there are lots and houses on that piece that has the thallium?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, but we will be monitoring it. How often will you monitor it?
Through the mayor, I'm not certain what that process will look like,
Okay.
but when we're reviewing those and clearing those conditions, we'll ensure that an acceptable protocol, and if monitoring is required, that would be implemented, and that the necessary study work and documentation is provided if need be.
Okay, thank you. It talks about the EPA blocks that will be conveyed to the city. Is there a way that there can be an agreement that those pieces of land do not leave the city, that we do not use them for anything, that we do not convey them to somewhere else? I know in Welland there was a piece that was donated and all of a sudden there was a mistake and it was granted to someone else. Could there be an agreement that the city can't do anything with that EPA?
Through the mayor, that's something we can look into when it comes to looking at the condition of approval.
That would be great.
But we can certainly look to see if there would be
Because
any
20
measures.
years from now, 25 years from now, there might be an error and it might get conveyed to somebody else. That would be great. In the report, it talks about quality ready mix and Airwood Phoenix wood products. Are there others? I thought Washington Mills, Mancuso Chemical, I thought that there were other industrial areas, class 2 and 3 that were around there. Are there not? Am I incorrect on that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so this was the updated study that was completed. So quality ready mix would have been identified kind of subsequent to the previous studies that would have been done as part of the 2020 application. So there are other facilities in the area in terms of the changes and what they were identifying for the study. That was the scope of what they were looking at, were updates to the previous study work.
And do any of those other industrial organizations have an issue with residential being so close to industrial? We're always very cautious about keeping industrial separate to residential. Have they been advised that this is going forward? Do they have any concerns?
Through you to the councillor, as I mentioned, this area has been subject to various development applications over the years. We have, taken our protocol under the Planning Act to circulate all of the landowners within 120 meters of the lands. I haven't seen anything come up through the previous applications to that effect, and we haven't heard anything through correspondence in that. So.
Okay. The region requested that the owner provide an info packet about to the new homeowners about the importance of the natural area around it. Is that just for the very first purchase and sale, or will that continue if you purchase it and then sell it a year later? Will that new purchaser a year later, will they know about it? It's great that it's going to the brand new owner, but what about subsequent owners?
Through you to the councillor, I suspect that's with the immediate landowner that would be purchasing outright, but that's something we could pose to the applicant to see if there, what mechanism might be in place for them to continue that sharing of information should ownership change.
Through the mayor, I know that there's some changes on land titles that you wouldn't be able to put it on land titles any longer. Is there another mechanism to get that information?
I don't know who on staff might be able to answer that. Did you want to repeat that one more time?
I've heard that land titles is no longer taking just anything to be put on land titles. There need to be specific criteria. So if it can't be registered on title, how can we get that information to other purchasers later on? Because it is a very unique EPA.
Okay, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. We'll have to think about that at this point with the changes. We're going to have to think about it. Might be something we have to work with the builder on. Again, builders come and go, so it's really tough. But we'll put our thinking hats on it and get back to you on that.
Okay. I think it's great that they're doing it for the first homeowner. I would just like to see it move later. For the traffic, it talked about Dorchester and Oldfield will operate at poor levels of service. What does that mean, through the mayor to Ms. Ceci?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So as part of this application, the applicant was required to complete a traffic impact study. Through that, they looked at the recent municipal class environmental assessment that the city had completed for Dorchester Road and Oldfield Road. So when they were completing their analysis, they looked at future background conditions and then future total traffic conditions. Looking at the future background conditions, that would be phase 1 of Riverfront, so that's the 213 unit development, the mixed use development north of the rail line, as well as the industrial operation that is as a proposed application as well. So what the traffic assessment concluded was that essentially, even with the when the city did their municipal class environmental assessment and the recommendations came through that even with those recommendations being implemented at that intersection, that with those background levels, there would still be a poor operating level of service at that intersection, and that with the addition of the site-generated traffic for the total conditions, that there wouldn't be any change to that level of service. So they're not essentially allocating or assigning any deficiencies or any service impacts associated with this development to that infrastructure at that intersection. I can ask Mr. Nicol if you'd like to elaborate.
Yeah, thank you through the mayor. Mackenzie did a really good job. Essentially what we're saying is that the development itself is not adding any incremental negative impacts that aren't already there today. So we can't ask the developer to contribute to those improvements, because even if they don't develop, the city has a responsibility to make those improvements. We do have an EA, we do have the background traffic studies. We'll need to do something there in the short-term horizon, but it's not the developer's responsibility to contribute or to build those improvements.
Thank you. Will the amount of traffic, once we start getting phone calls about the challenges there, will the city have to do something at that time, or would it be better to do it as it's being developed?
Yeah, through the mayor, our preference is to phase it and stage it based on development applications as they come through. It will likely be development charge eligible. We'll need to make sure that development charges are available to pay for it. And certainly we wouldn't want to prioritize that improvement over something else, such as, say, Kaler Road widening, that also needs to take place. So we'll stage it to make sure that it happens at the appropriate time with the funding that's available.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. In two different places, it talked about the buffer for the PSW at 15 meters or larger, that the NPCA suggested it. And then later on, it talks about a wetland buffer of 15 to 20 meters. Through the mayor to Ms. Ceci, what is the buffer? What are we going with?
Yeah, through you to the councillor. So that's something that the applicant still needs to assess further as a condition of approval, and that was an existing condition of approval with the 2020 approval. They have to essentially ensure that whatever buffer is proposed won't have a hydrologic impact on the wetlands. So they've modeled it in terms of, what the plans that we're seeing today, based on, I believe, a 15-meter buffer, but they will have to essentially demonstrate that that can be supported based on the natural heritage feature in that. So they'll be working through that and demonstrating that to the MPCA region through that condition of approval.
Thank you, but it won't go any lower than 15?
That's correct.
Okay. On this map, could you point out where the EPA block is going to be conveyed to the city? Is it the dark green up at the top?
Through you to the councillor, that's correct. So it's this dark green block, and then I'll also show you here as well, if I can make this a bit bigger. So it's these two blocks here as well that are in between phase 1 and phase 2. So there's block 10 and 11 on the original plan of subdivision, and then as well as that block that you would have seen in dark green on that plan.
Okay, great, thank you. And I do note that there are affordable units in there. That's great. It is from moderate income, so $399,000 for 138 units. That's great to get some. We have a lot of units coming up tonight, and at least this one has some affordable housing, which is great. We really need to get some of the lower income, and I know it's very difficult to build. So thank you so much for your presentation, and I might have a comment later on. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions of council for Ms. Cece? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk or signing the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone pre-registered to speak? We do not. Okay. Would anyone like to speak? Yes, if you'd like to step to the mic, introduce yourself and your address, if you would, please, and then we'll start the clock.
Thank you. I'm Dr. John Balker. I live at 134 Church Street in St. Catharines.
Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Inadvertently, I wasn't able to read the staff report prior to the meeting, but I'm very pleased to learn something that I didn't know from attending this session. What I'm particularly pleased at is the conveyance of some protected wetland areas to the city as part of the development approval that you'll be doing tonight. Now, it was quite clear the wetland that's surrounded by Phase 2 that will be conveyed. In my brief to council, I described how in 2008 I had a very moving experience walking across Ramsey Road Bridge and seeing a large number of bullfrogs, leap around. And it's become very deteriorated, and the combination of a chain link fence and transfer to the city should help correct that problem. Now, I'd like to know the other two areas. I'm not clear when I was watching on the screen. It's something I'm quite concerned about, and I know this isn't the usual way these presentations are made, but I still, would like to know. One aspect of the other wetland blocks, they're all identified in this proposed storm drainage area plan by Upper Canada Consultants. One is a very large wetland it's called D13 on this map, that's 12.46 hectares, and part of that is an old growth forest, so I certainly hope that's one of the areas being conveyed. And Ramsey Road already goes through there, so it's very good for a park that you don't have to disrupt anything, because something that meets any trail standard is already there, and you don't have to interfere with, wildlife. And then below that, they indicate a C10 and a C13. And, D10 and in this riverfront phase 1 area. So I'd certainly would like to know tonight, what exactly of these areas are to be conveyed to the city. And it worked very well, a similar arrangement in Fernwood Park as a result of a mediation of preventing an OMB hearing. The developer, Eric Henry, donated environmentally significant area to the city, and it's now called Fernwood Park. And it's very similar to what's going to be done here. And so I just like, know before I leave what these areas are exactly. I know one of them, but I couldn't see on the map the other two.
What we could do, Dr. Bacher, is when the applicant comes up here, maybe they can help us identify the areas on the maps.
Yes, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. Bacher of Council? Okay, yes, Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Dr. Bacher. In your comments, you said that there was an error in description of the existing wetland number 5. Has that been addressed? Did we answer if there was an error? Did we fix it if there was an error?
I think the error that I was concerned about was not this exact wetland mapping, but the process that we got here. About errors, the official, part of my concern was that the official plan indicates, open space south of the CPR line, and that has not been reflected in the various changes of the zoning bylaw. But I don't see any error in wetland boundaries, but I'm glad you can address a concern about the extent of the buffer area. That one of the last things Alex Hurlovich did as planning director, for the tree saving plan, he came up with a 30-meter buffer to, and any, reduction in that buffer is going to cause trees and good natural habitat to be destroyed. And it will have an environmental impact.
Mr. Mayor, could we maybe ask Ms. Cece if wetland number 5 is correct, or is there an error on it?
Yep, we can do that. Is there any other questions, Mr. Bacher?
No, it was
or
just
Dr.
the one.
Bacher? No? Okay, Ms. Cece, would you mind, would you be able to answer that?
Yeah, through you to the councillor and the residents. So I think from reading Dr. Bacher's comments, some of the concern, and actually maybe if I could bring up the presentation again, just to show the mapping. So I think the area of concern is with respect to this wetland block here. So in the original official plan amendment for the subject lands, which would have been in 2018, the lands on either side of this wetland block were designated open space. And so when it came time to the implementing zoning bylaw, this was rezoned to open space, and these lands here were rezoned to a residential group multiple dwelling zone that permitted open space uses. So there was a bit of a change in the application, but originally when the zoning bylaw amendment application came in, there was a rezoning, and it would have been to maintain the open space zoning here, and then it merged with that residential zone to permit open space uses there, with the intent that perhaps maybe if there was a condominium, they would have some open space land that would sort of integrate with those wetland blocks. Now, looking back at some of the environmental studies, at one point they were recommending or identifying a link for, it looked like amphibian movements that would move east-west, but through subsequent studies, they were satisfied that amphibian movements could be accommodated within the wetland blocks that are located to the east. So because of that, I believe there was a transition to more of a residential use in those areas, and that's why they then relocated the parkland to a more central location. Again, the official plan amendment that brought in the land use designations for the Riverfront Community Plan really did envision a 2-hectare park in the area. So again, it's some of those trade-offs in balancing those environmental features along with providing, an adequate amenity space for the residents in that area. But there's been a lot of environmental studies over the time, and so there have been some changes in some of the views of where those linkages are to be provided, where they can be accommodated.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing not, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Welcome, if you can state your name.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for having me this evening. My name is William Heikoop. I'm the planning manager with Upper Canada Consultants. I'm here representing the owner of the subject land Centennial Homes. Here to provide a presentation on the combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications and the proposed red line revision to the draft plan of subdivision for lands on the north side of Chippewa Parkway known as Riverfront Phase 2. The subject lands are 26.3 hectares in area. Out of that total area, 21.7 hectares are developable. The lands have 210 meters of frontage along Chippewa Parkway and are part of the Riverfront Community Plan area. Mackenzie's done a good job explaining the context of the subject lands, but you can see the aerial on the screen here with the lands outlined in white. We've got Riverfront Phase 1 and Block 12 to the east, environmental protection lands to the north of that. We've got the CP Rail and Conrail Drain to the north and northwest, and future development lands and environmental protection lands to the west. From a policy perspective, the lands are located in the Niagara Falls urban area, designated as Greenfield, and are currently designated as residential, low, medium density, open space, and environmental protection in the city's official plan and Riverfront Community Plan, and have the associated zonings. Here you can see the proposed plan of subdivision in a color rendering. As indicated, the plan consists of 626 dwelling units with a makeup of 175 single detached dwellings, 249 street townhouses, 64 back-to-back townhouses, and 138 stacked townhouses. In addition, we have a park, some trail systems, stormwater management facility, and environmental protection spaces. Overall, the change for the proposed subdivision comes from more of economics and freehold component. The former draft plan approval that council previously gave was under a different ownership, and that owner had a different building program. The intent of this application is to move away from a condominium format and style of developments and more to a traditional neighborhood setting. And the intent is to try and reduce the cost of living for the future residents in the sense that they won't have to pay future condominium fees. Overall, the subdivision will have 2 dedicated accesses from Chippewa Parkway and will be serviced by a public road and public services. A wet stormwater management pond is located in the bottom right-hand corner or southeast side of the site and is required to support the development and ensure there is no negative impacts generated from this development. The draft plan includes recreational trails to the adjacent existing Phase 1 riverfront development that's currently under construction, and as indicated, includes a more centralized park that leads itself to better programming and better functional space for the future residents. And again, as noted, it is proposed that the environmental lands in the top there and all along the right-hand side are conveyed to the city, and certainly what the city does with them long-term is in their purview. There will be one condominium-style development moving forward, which you can see kind of on the bottom to the left side of the pond. That's the stacked townhouse development that will see something of more density than the rest of the traditional neighborhood. So with the official plan amendment, you can see here the majority of the plan area is not changing. You can see the new lighter green areas. The bottom right-hand corner is the stormwater management facility. On the left side, you can see the new park location. And on the top, the darker yellow area, that's where you can see where the open space changes to the residential. And of course, the dark green is staying the same as the environmental protection area for the wetland. Along with the official plan amendment is the companion zoning bylaw amendment. This will see the existing site-specific R4 1133 and R4 1134 zone changed to a new residential site-specific zone. And this is really part and parcel to the style of development. Again, this was originally contemplated as more of a condominium style development, whereas we're going back to more traditional lots. And so associated with that are the various zoning provisions that you would see in all the subdivisions that we have done in the past. So those zoning permissions will permit the range of the housing typologies that we have outlined, and in addition to that will permit the park and open space. Those environmental protection zones are being maintained through this application. So we have 4 different dwelling types and designs that are proposed for the subject lands, as I indicated: single detached dwellings, street townhouses, back-to-backs, and stacked townhouse dwellings. Within the single detached and street townhouse dwellings, there will be opportunities for future purchasers to incorporate accessory dwelling units. So beyond the affordability component of the stacked townhouses, we feel that provides a good opportunity to have second incomes and types of that to aid in the cost of housing. The inclusion of the back-to-back and stacked townhouses increases a variety of options as opposed to traditional single detached dwellings, and this again aids in getting the price point of the proposed dwellings down into a more attainable, affordable range. The built forms proposed will assist in using the space efficiently and create attractive, livable community at a lower price point than some of the traditional single-detached neighborhoods. The dwelling units will be constructed out of a variety of building materials through, though they will differ in appearance, they will provide interest and variety as shown in these renderings. Along with the application, historically, there's been quite a number of studies completed, including environmental impact studies, geotech studies, archaeological studies, and things of that nature. With this application in front of you here this evening, there was, again, a number of updated studies and newer studies completed. So we have an updated air quality, noise, and vibration assessment, an updated tree preservation plan, updated restoration plan, ecological summary letter, functional servicing and stormwater management plan, and updated traffic study. These reports were previously completed along with the planning justification report. Overall, the studies concluded that there are no negative impacts associated with the development, and the conditions of approval have been put in place to ensure the implementation of all the requirements associated with the development. That is an overview and a summary of my presentation. Thank you for your time this evening, and I'm certainly here to answer any questions that you may have on this development application. I will just further point out that yes, the lands, the environmental lands to be dedicated to the city include that entire area along the right side of the plan that you can see here, in addition to that green area in the north there. So I just wanted to provide that clarity at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Haikoop. Any questions of council for Mr. Haikoop? Okay, looks like, oh, wait, we got one. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was just looking at the whole concept, and I see the park on the left-hand side. Do you know approximately what the size? It looks oversized. It looks like a big park. I just want to know if you.
Yeah, it's
know the exact
approximately
size.
2 hectares,
Okay.
which would be about 4.5 to 5 acres.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. The public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of subdivision, official plan, zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will, Councillor Dabrowski? Okay, motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Baldinelli, that we support the staff's 5 recommendations of approval. Is there any discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Newestad.
Thank you. I'd just like to add a comment that this is probably one of the most in-depth proposal we've seen, 77 pages. It's covered absolutely everything: environmental, ecological, air quality, tree restoration, traffic study, environmental, sunset clause, and right down to cat attacks on birds. So I don't think there's anything left for us to discuss, so I definitely will support this.
Super. Thank you very much. If there's no further questions, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Madam Clerk. Thank you very much, folks. Okay, next up, I would now ask again our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened at 7:14 p.m. to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to increase the permitted density, rezone the subject lands to recognize the legal non-complying 3-story apartment building at Lot 16 and rezone Lot 17 to permit a 3-story apartment building at 5567 Ontario Avenue and the adjacent vacant parcel to the south. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March the 7th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or the specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment or bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd now ask Nick DeBenedetti, our Planner 2, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Nick DeBenedetti. I'm a planner to the City of Niagara Falls, and we're here to discuss the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2024-008. The applicant is DSV Capital Management Corp., Dominic Spedalori. Agent is Robert Smith. And as indicated, the proposal is to increase the permitted density on the combined parcels, to rezone the vacant parcel for a 3-story, 11-unit apartment building, and to rezone the existing 3-story, 7-unit apartment building with its zoning departures. The property is located in this area, so this is Palmer Avenue in the back, and basically over here is the casino parking, and the old casino, and we're along here, there's John Street, There's also Hiram Street, and it's a vacant parcel in this area as indicated here. Background information. The subject properties are designated residential in the city's official plan and located in the built-up area. Subject properties are currently zoned R2 in accordance with 79-200. The applicant is seeking an official plan amendment to establish a special policy area that would increase the permitted density from 100 units to 155 units per hectare on both properties. Furthermore, the applicant seeks to rezone the vacant lot, which is lot 15, on Plan 328 to permit a 3-story 11-unit apartment building, and again to recognize existing 3-story 7-unit apartment building with its zoning departures at 5567 Ontario Avenue. So under the official plan, the applicant is seeking an amendment to increase the maximum density allowed from 100 units to 155 units per hectare. The proposed new 3-story apartment building will develop a vacant parcel into multiple residential development for 1-bedroom units, making more efficient use of an unutilized lot. Both properties have full urban services, roadway frontage, utilities. The existing and proposed apartment buildings are within walking distance parks, recreational trails, commercial areas, and public transit. And the Niagara region serves the site, and it's approximately 300 meters to the west on Victoria Avenue, with additional stops nearby. The zoning bylaw amendment. The subject properties, again, are currently zoned R2. The applicant proposes to rezone 5567 Ontario Avenue, a site-specific R5B zone, and also to recognize the apartment building and its zoning departures. Additionally, the applicant seeks to rezone the vacant parcel to site-specific R5B zone to allow for the 3-story 11-unit apartment building. And again, the rezoning includes relief from various zoning requirements such as minimum lot area frontage, front yard depth, interior side yard, parking standards, parking stall width, maneuvering aisle width, landscape open space, and the amenity space. Now, under the requested zoning relief, lot 15 is the vacant parcel, and that's on the left side. And basically, again, they're looking at a reduction from the lot area, the reduction of the minimum lot frontage. They're looking at reducing the interior side yards on the north and south side, reduce the parking standard, reduce the parking stall width, a minor departure there, reducing the maneuvering aisle, and again, minimum landscape open space and amenity space. And on lot 16, the 5567 Ontario Avenue, that's an existing apartment building, and we're basically, because we're rezoning it from a legal non-conforming R2 zone, now we're going to recognize the R5B. And as part of this, there are these departures. Again, reducing the lot area, reducing the minimum lot frontage, reducing the minimum front yard depth. Again, there's a reduction from the side yards, a reduction from the parking standard, in the same standard as the adjacent property, reducing the parking stall width, aisle width, minimum landscape open space, and amenity space. Now, on February 19th, open house was held. We had the agent, the applicant, and we had one member of the public in attendance. And then there was no further email, so basically there was a few points that were brought up and some concerns. There was a discussion about the proposed sidewalk, and the response that was brought forward is that the sidewalk will be constructed the same elevation to ensure smooth and seamless transition between the public sidewalk and the private sidewalk. The sidewalk's placement, grading will be carefully considered to maintain proper drainage and ensure compatibility with the existing site conditions. And this will all be reviewed through the site plan process. The staircase, any snow removal from the staircase will be contained on site. He was concerned that there might be some spillage onto the next door. Again, it would all be contained on site. Roof design, the roof design is going to be a flat roof, in which will include roof guards which will mitigate any snow. Again, he was concerned on a windy day, the snow is going to fly over, but they're going to put roof guards to make sure that it's going to be staying on the roof and not going on to the next door neighbor. The impact of snow. The owner stated in the meeting that any snow spillage will be mitigated through the building design and with the roof guards. Board-on-board fence will be constructed adjacent to the 5583 Ontario Avenue, which prevent snow crossing. Also would provide privacy, will not allow light from vehicles to trespass into the neighbor's property. Another issue that was brought up was grading. Grading will slope away from the neighboring property. Will be a thorough review during the site plan process to make sure this is in compliance. All drainage issues, again, must be dealt on site. And then the driveway access. The driveway access will be widened to 6 meters to allow two-way traffic to ensure vehicles are not queuing on the street. So our planning analysis, so basically what we looked at is that the proposed development conforms with the provincial, regional, and city policies. It will contribute to a minimum intensification targets over 55% of all the residential units constructed in the built-up area, and it will provide an intensification where appropriately serviced. The proposal will also diversify a housing supply within the urban area, minimizing land consumption. It would also provide efficient use of existing municipal infrastructure and services through recommended regulations where appropriately designed with the new proposed apartment building. And the introduction of the multiple dwellings will contribute to diversification of the housing supply within the urban area prescribed by the provincial policy statement as well as the regional and city's official plan. So finally, in our recommendation that we are stating that council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to increase the permitted density, rezone the subject lands to recognize a legal non-complying 3-story 7-unit apartment building located at 5567 Ontario Avenue, and to rezone the vacant lands located on the south side of 5567 Ontario Avenue to permit a 3-story 11-unit apartment building subject to the holding provision and the regulations outlined in PBD 2025-22.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. De Benedetti. I'll see if there's any questions of council. I have Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Newestead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really excited to see a rental 3-story apartment, so that's great. The 1,400 to 1,500 rental, that's good, but it's at the moderate, so I'd like to see it go down. But anyway, the question I do have and the concern I have is the parking from 1.40 to 0.94. Obviously, you can't change the existing one, but usually we reduce parking when it's on a transit route, and it's not. The closest one is Victoria Avenue. So I just want to hear about parking because I'm concerned about people parking on those streets. A lot of them are no parking. Some are permit. You have to buy a permit on some of those streets. So I would like Mr. I'm sorry, I always mess this up.
Benedetti.
Benedetti, if you could talk about the parking. I'm just a little bit concerned about the parking.
Okay, through your worship, Councilmember Lococo. We did review that through a parking demand study, and our city's transportation services did review that. They felt it was satisfactory based on, I guess, the traffic counts and everything that was reviewed based on similar apartment dwellings. And the reason why we're having the holding provision is that what happened is the one side where the apartment building is, there's a little bit of surplus of parking. That's why we have to do the holding. So then they're going to have reciprocal easements to cross over. So where they're a little bit short on one side, they're going to compensate on the other side. So based on that and in the overall evaluation, our transportation services felt that traffic number was sufficient. And I know that we've had dialogue with transportation services. They are going to be coming soon. I don't know when. They're going to be looking at reducing that standard anyways for our traditional 1.4, so that's going to be coming down.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask about the parking, and I'm really excited to see some more rental units come in. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Newestead, please.
Through you, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very, very informative. Quick question. It said that they have applied through CMHC. Is CMHC not geared to income as well, or do they not help provide or make it accessible for affordable housing?
Through you, through the chair. As far as I'm aware, the reason why they're applying for the funding is that they need to get the zoning in place. Now, and the applicant, and they could explain a little bit more, is that there are certain, I guess, criteria that are established in getting this funding, okay? Based on my dialogue, is that what they've applied for through this proposal, that they're be able to attain this funding based on their amounts that they're forecasting or calculating at.
Okay, I just always thought that there was some element of affordable housing attached to the CMHC. But, no.
Well, I mean, through, and again, through the applicant, they could explain a little bit further, but as they've indicated to me, based on their criteria for applying for the funding, they've met that, but their key is getting the zoning in place, so to get the shovel going, to get the site plan process going.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Any other questions of council? All righty, thank you very much. Mr. De Benedetti. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered? We do not. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Hopefully you can hear me. The mic gets my voice.
You're pretty far away from that mic.
Yeah, it's normal.
No, it's fine. We hear him. He's good. Thank you, though. He's good. Yeah.
My voice carries.
Yeah.
So yeah, my name's Robert Smith. I'm a planner with NPG. I'm here with Aaron Butler, my colleague, principal planner NPG, and then also the owner, Dominic, who's behind us here. We do have, sorry. Oh, sorry. We do have a presentation. I think just in the interest of time, and also.
I just give a bit of a.
Yeah, a very good and in-depth. Oh, sorry. Here, how do I get rid of this? Yeah, a very good presentation by Nick. I think he's pretty much covered everything. So, but anyways, if you guys have any other further questions for us, then we'll be happy to take them.
Yes, that's great. Do we have any other questions of our applicants, representatives? No? Okay, seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
It was dynamite, yeah.
You like that one?
Absolutely. Read the room, right? Read the room.
It can only go downhill from there.
The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What is the will of council? Councillor Lococo, and then I've got Councillor Patel.
I'd like to put a motion forward to approve the application.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo to approve the 3 recommendations staff have put forward, seconded by Councillor Patel. Are there any other comments to the motion? Yes, Councillor Newestek.
I do want to comment on the, although it's not affordable housing, I think it really talks about housing affordability in the sense of where it's located. It's accessible to work, transit, like a lot of those tourist type of jobs, and as well, quality of life. Has the walking trail and very close to the river. So I think this is a wonderful development, and it adds to the base of having a single room apartment. So I think it's great, and I will definitely support it.
Just by virtue of the fact that apartments are typically affordable versus purchasing a condominium. So we are good. Yes, Councillor Patel.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I had one comment from a resident that who lives around the area. they're really happy for this development to go in. It's going to spruce up the area, and that area has been sitting empty for a long time, so it's a good use of the space too.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, so we've got the motion, we've got the second, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous as well. Thank you very much, folks. Yeah, yeah. Hey, again. Hey, that was a slam dunk, eh? Yeah. I couldn't resist.
He's here all night, folks.
Yeah, tip your waitress on the way out. Oh, boy, that's bad. I told you, guys, we're going downhill from here, and it's been sliding faster and faster. Okay, now, Madam Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda? She's not sure if she wants to. Oh, look at that. See where we've gone?
We can just go right to the vote.
And miss out on all that entertainment?
It's up to you.
Don't take my speaking opportunities away from me. Planning public meeting is now being convened at 7:32 to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 13 and 15-story apartment building with 412 dwelling units at 7302 Kaler Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March the 7th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment / bylaw will apply, who made an oral submission at a public meeting or written submission to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you very much. I'll now ask Julie Hanna, our Manager of Policy Planning, to provide and explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you very much. So I'll try to be concise because it's been a long evening for you all so far. So the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications was made by Terry Perry for 7302 Kaler Road. In terms of a background, the applications are to redesignate the subject lands to residential high density with a special policy area, and that is to permit increased maximum height to 15 stories and density to 340 units per hectare, and to amend a portion of the subject lands that are environmental protection area, as well as to rezone the lands to a site-specific residential apartment RF5 zone to permit the apartment buildings that are being proposed. In terms of the official plan, the subject lands are designated residential, environmental protection area, and environmental conservation area in the official plan, and mixed use and environmental protection area in the Gardner South secondary plan. The mixed use designation permits standalone residential use, and that is why staff are recommending retaining the designation. The amendment is required to permit the increased height and density, which will be captured in the special policy area, as well as to amend a portion of the environmental protection area that has been supported by the Niagara Region and NPCA staff. In regards to the zoning bylaw, the subject lands are currently zoned light industrial. The zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the lands to a site-specific R5F zone, which is required to permit the proposed development. The location of the proposed development is outlined in red on the screen before you. It's located near the intersection of Kaler and McLeod Roads and is surrounded with commercial uses, the under-constructed DSBN Elementary School, the future Catholic School, as well as numerous apartment buildings, and the Niagara Peninsula Energy Service Center is to the south. In regards to the site plan, there's two distinct buildings. Along Kaler Road, there's sections of the buildings are proposed to be 3 stories. For the north portion of the building closest to McLeod Road, it was proposed to be 13 stories, and the south building is proposed to be 15 stories, with the sections that will be designated zoned environmental protection area to the rear of the property and along the south side. There's several perspectives that are shown on the slide before you now of the proposed building. In regards to the proposed official plan amendment, there's 3 sections that are outlined. Section A is the special policy area, and that would be the area where the proposed development would be located, and that would permit a maximum height of 15 stories and a maximum density of 340 units per hectare. Portion B is the environmental protection area designation that is being removed, and that's been supported by the Niagara region and the MPCA. And section C is the environmental protection area that's being retained, and that's where development and site alteration may only be permitted with written approval from the MPCA, and that's only within the floodplain, not the top of bank. In regards to the proposed zoning relief, the applicant requested several items to have relief from the zoning bylaw. They're before you on the screen and detailed in the report. Staff are supportive of all the requested variances. A public open house was held on November 4th with a representative of NPEI present. They read their written submissions. The concerns that the agency identified were noise and light in their laydown yard. There will be provisions of noise and light warning clauses in the future site plan and condominium agreements. In terms of light on the laydown yard, there is an approved photometric plan for the NPEI site, so they would need to be in compliance with that. Their other issue was the increased traffic, just overall, not specific to this specific development, but other developments that have happened in the past and are ongoing, and noting that this development obviously would contribute in the future. And transportation staff have already identified this area as an area that transportation improvements are needed and are planning for that work in the future. So the recommendations of the report, there are 3. The first is that council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments as outlined in the report. The second is that council authorize the inclusion of a holding provision in the amending zoning bylaw to require 3 items: record of site condition to be filed, the submission of a restoration plan specifically for the environmental protection area lands associated with the top of bank, and the submission of an updated noise study. All of those documents to be done to the satisfaction of the city. And thirdly, that council authorized the amending bylaw to include a sunset clause, which would be for 3 years after the amending bylaw comes into effect. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Hannah? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few through the mayor to Ms. Hannah. Thank you for the presentation. It talked about that the environmental impact study was waived for a restoration plan. Could you expand on that? I'm thinking an environmental impact study will tell you what's wrong with it and what needs to be done in comparison to a restoration plan. A restoration plan will just tell you what you're going to do, not necessarily what issues are there. Could you please expand on that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the MPCA and the region waived the EIS. There had been EIS done on a neighboring parcel for development in which a 3-meter top of bank was determined to be sufficient. So the agencies allowed this development to proceed with the 3-meter top of bank. They did identify the need for a restoration plan that would outline any plantings that would be provided within that top of bank. In addition, not specifically to the EIS, but there was a survey done to establish the top of bank as well as the floodplain to the satisfaction of the MPCA and region prior to finalizing the draft schedules that are before you in the bylaws.
Okay, thank you. It talks about a small portion of the floodplain encroaches the parking, and the NPCA does not offer objections at a high level. Mm-hmm. What objections do they have if it's not at a high level? Is it a more specific level? Can you expand on that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the NPCA is identifying that they don't have concerns. However, if there was to be something brought forward in the future, it's a clause that they're putting in place that's not identifying that they're giving approvals at this time. They want to see the actual plans that are being submitted and know the extent of that it's going into the floodplain. At this point, the site plan that was presented with the application is just showing a minor encroachment into the floodplain, and that's underground, so like a concrete structure, and the MPCA is identifying at a high level, based on what they're seeing, they don't have any concerns.
Okay. I'm really glad to see apartments. We definitely need more apartments in the city. The report talks about not providing affordable units, that the staff is strongly recommending. Why are we not implementing affordable units? I do know that it's 2,000 to 2,600, which is above the affordable, but why are we not requesting that?
Staff have had numerous discussions with the applicant, and we've continued until this evening. Our official plan does not require developments to provide affordable and attainable. All developments are to contribute towards the targets of affordable and attainable. Staff, similar to council as well as the province, strongly encourage all developments to include affordable and attainable units to meet our housing demand for the city.
Okay. Is this in the SciTech 2-kilometer arc?
Through you, it's not in the SciTech 2-kilometer arc, but the Gardner South Secondary Plan does include a SciTech warning clause that's included in developments just to notify any developments and future occupants that SciTech is in the area and serves as a general warning clause.
Okay. And the previous use, there's going to be a record of site condition, so it will be cleaned up to ministry standards for residential use.
Again, through you, yes, a record of site condition is required. It's part of the holding provision. Prior to the site being able to be developed for residential use, they would need to clean it to municipal standard, or sorry, not municipal, it's really late, to ministry standards and have a record of site condition issued by the ministry.
Last question. The request is to change it from 75 unit density per hectare to 340. That's a huge jump from 75 to 340. Obviously, I want to see apartments, but do you have any concerns about that big jump in density?
As a professional planner, I do not.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Newstead, then
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Very good. Just a couple questions. One, it says we're taking out light industrial, and we've been hearing so much about we need industrial land, even light industrial. Is this a concern at all that we're changing that zoning because?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's not a concern. The property actually isn't designated industrial in our official plan or the Gardner South Secondary Plan. The zoning bylaw typically would be updated to implement the designations. In this instance, it is different from the designation itself. So the intent of council and the city is that there would be residential or mixed use on that land. Because of that direction through the official plan and the secondary plan, there are no concerns with the appropriate studies being done, such as the record of site condition noted as a holding provision requirement.
And we also saw that MPI had some concern. Is it possible to ask for a compatibility study to ensure the residential use next to MPI is appropriate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was the requirement of a noise study. As part of the noise study, land compatibility is considered, and there's classifications assigned to the different industries in the urban area. There is the opportunity to ask for a more detailed analysis of land compatibility, as the holding provision includes a noise update having to be done to the existing noise study report that was submitted with the application.
So
it is possible to ask for additional information. It was analyzed in terms of noise, compatibility to the adjacent surrounding industrial use as well as commercial uses.
Okay, something that I would like to add to it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
To you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. And in this development, is asking for official plan amendment to 13 stories and 15 stories. So what is currently allowed in that area?
So currently, it's permitted to be 6 to 8 stories
Okay.
in height. And there's additional properties in that area. For instance, on the north side of Kaler and McLeod Road, the northeast side, approval's been given for 12 and 13-story apartment buildings. There's also approvals on McLeod Road for 7-story apartment buildings, and there's multi-story apartment buildings adjacent to the school sites. So it is an area where there are increased heights that are being proposed and developed, and then along McLeod Road going towards the QEW on the south side, there is currently permissions in the secondary plan for increased heights.
Okay. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Nichol. It says that we need to update our transportation, widen the streets. So how far do you do the studies? For example, there's one apartment building going right at the corner of Kaler and McLeod. There's another one being built on Kaler behind the Pinewood Dental area. And if this one goes in, how far do you take the studies? Do you just only look at the studies for just corner of Kaler and McLeod, or do you do the impact analysis all the way throughout the McLeod going towards the Walmart and on Kaler? How far does the study go?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, applications like this have a first in, first out priority. So what I mean by that is, if another application has already come in and they're moving forward with their development, their traffic would be part of the next development study. And so this development would look at how much their traffic impacts the existing situation. What we're also doing in the meantime right now is a transportation master plan. So over time, we get out of sync with those developments, and one development over time may have not gone forward, another development may have not, or maybe they have built something, or maybe the estimates are wrong. So we do those transportation studies, but it's a little bit of crystal ball work, because we don't know if applications are coming through and when they're coming through. But generally, we only ask the applicant to look at the surrounding, I think we look at around a 2-kilometer radius for all those intersections that could be impacted, because people coming to and from their sites would be creating delays at intersections.
Okay. Thank you very much. That makes sense, 2 kilometers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other questions of council? Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Excuse me. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting excuse me, will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk or sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendment. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered? We do not. Is there anyone here that wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing not. Yes, go ahead, Mr. CAO.
Just wanted to clarify that Councillor Newesteg was asking for an amendment to the staff recommendations. Yes. So maybe we can reflect that in the record then.
Would the councillor like to propose the wording, or would you like me to propose the wording? And I don't mind doing it, and if she agrees, she can indicate. So recommendation number 2 is that currently that council authorized the inclusion of a holding H provision in the amending zoning bylaw to require a record of site condition, RSC, be filed and acknowledged by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, with a copy provided to the city, the submission of a restoration plan, and the submission of an updated noise study, all to the satisfaction of the city. And through the discussion, I would recommend that the councillor consider recommending as an amendment that the end of that recommendation be amended to the submission of an updated noise study to include a land use compatibility analysis, all to the satisfaction of the city, and if that's acceptable.
Sure, to ensure, to ensure residential use next to MPI is appropriate.
Yeah,
okay, so compatibility study.
that would be what the land compatibility study would analyze.
Okay. So we're not at that stage yet. We haven't closed the public meeting yet. So we've got it in the hopper kind of thing. Okay. All right,
Okay.
thank you. So, the hopper. Huh? Yeah, well, it's Easter, exactly. That's appropriate. See, now you threw me all off. Is there anyone, so no one is here to speak to this? That's right, okay. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her application. I do. Welcome.
Your Worship, members of council, Mrs. Samantha Beam, she's a planner with Urban and Environmental Management, and I'm Peter Lesdow, I'm the architect for the project. We'd like to thank Julie Hanna for her comprehensive planning presentation supporting this beautiful development. Ms. Beam and I value Council's time and attention to this project and would like to touch on some planning and design considerations with this development which may not have been touched upon in Ms. Hanna's presentation. I will first provide further information to why this apartment development is positive for the city's neighborhood and the residents with respect to its location, use of the site, as well as the approach used in developing its design, massing, and architecture. Ms. Beam will then provide a brief presentation discussing the supporting documents, holding provisions, and for this application, and then provide closing remarks. How do you change this? Both of them?
I just use enter.
Oh, you just do enter. Okay. Cool. There. Ms. Tana has done an excellent job in describing the project in detail, so it's not necessary for me to repeat, the project overview. In this presentation, to judge this development to a prescribed standard, I will briefly discuss how it meets the urban and architectural design objectives for the Niagara Region's Model Urban Design Guidelines and Smart Growth Plan principles. The first principle or objective is that we should be creating a mixed use or land uses, building forms and types to contribute to a more vital and attractive neighborhood character. This includes creating a balance of single low-rise uses, multiple housing forms. This development clearly meets this objective as one, the neighborhood or area is a large subdivision predominantly made of single-family, two-story homes and some townhomes and low-rise apartments. The introduction of these apartment buildings will provide more multiple-family housing, which is much needed in Niagara Falls. And the second, its built form is at the edge of the adjacent subdivision and will contribute to the area's character, providing a variation with the building's architecture, mass, and height relative to the repetitive two-story buildings of the subdivision. The second principle we should consider is that the compact built form of this development results in less land being used, therefore protecting farmland and open space. We are also using desirable, and we are not using desirable architectural land, but making better use of a gray field or brownfield site. This apartment has 412 units and is on a property that's 1.29 hectares. Its compact design and 2 levels of underground parking provides approximately 320 units per hectare. The average number of houses per hectares in the nearby subdivision is approximately 15 to 18. It would take approximately 19 hectares of land for single-family homes to provide an equivalent number of units per hectare as this apartment building. The comparison clearly shows the efficiency of the use of land as an apartment building versus single-family homes found in the area. The third principle is to offer a range of housing opportunities and choices. The apartments development provides alternative housing accommodations to the community with 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. This allows people who require this type of accommodation to live in this community and allows people of different generations to live together. Allows young families and seniors to stay in this neighborhood they may be familiar with and to live close to their families if they wish to do so. The fourth principle is to produce walkable neighborhoods and communities to help reduce the need or use of vehicles should tenants not have one. The 1.5 meter wide municipal sidewalk along Kaler Road is to be reinstated, and the site is an ideal location within walking distance to major commercial shopping centers, banks, restaurants, community centers, elementary and high schools, and public parks. Further, the Kaler Road currently has 2 bus routes in front of the development and a 3rd route found at McLeod Road. This development also provides a 2.94 meter road widening dedication to the Niagara region along its entire length, which can be used to create an on-road cycling lane. The next principle is to preserve farmland and natural resources as the design guideline prescribes. A new development should be designed to maximize land use efficiency to reduce the need of developing farmland. As discussed earlier, the site currently has a light industrial use. It also had minor amounts of contamination, which has been removed to Ministry of Environment requirements to allow for this application. And currently, it's been submitted to the Ministry for a record of site condition, the report. The site is also found in a growing residential area and is municipally serviced. This development does not take away from existing farmland and, as discussed previously, makes efficient use of its site. The final principle is the direct development into existing communities with the rationale that the standard patterns of urbanization or growth now tends to involve the constant development of new areas instead of reinvesting in local areas. The development of farmland and open space results in long-term infrastructure costs. Instead, it is desirable to reinvest in existing built areas to take advantage of existing roads, utilities, schools, and other public amenities that taxpayers have already paid and established. The development is placed within an existing residential area, making use of the underutilized industrial site and provides for a high-density residential property. Its location also makes use of existing roads, sidewalks, utilities. The result is a significant savings in current long-term infrastructure costs. Like when you look at the aerial photograph that we have, you can see the little site that we have that's blue and orange. And if you look at where we've outlined sections of single-family homes or residential areas, if you take 2 of those squares, that's equivalent to the number of units that we're providing on this site. So graphically, it shows how efficient the development is in terms of its use of land and services. Again, it's not building all new roads and snow plows to take it away and services for water and sewers. It's a highly efficient use of property, and one that the city now with its growth will probably see more of this type of development in the future. Further, as noted, the development is with walking distance of many amenities. The green circle that's shown, that shows a 500-meter radius, or like not even a 5-minute walk, how close the high school is, the elementary school, it's going to be across the street, and the retail areas, the community centers are all like within close walking distance for residents of this development. With respect to this development, site plan and building massing as it addresses its surrounding, the following design strategies were implemented. Open space landscaping and the reconstructed municipal sidewalk along Kaler Road with street trees proposed to beautify the area and provide pedestrian a positive and safe experience. The proposed buildings have a 3-story podium along Kaler Road, done to maintain the same building massing and height, addressing the street as found in new apartment building across Kaler and to the south. This helps also to keep the same scale and height as townhouses and single-family homes nearby. The 13 and 15-story Portions of the buildings are pulled back significantly from Kaler Road and are oriented east and west, with the end walls facing the street, which significantly reduces the tower's visible mass. A further benefit to the massing and orientation of the tower is the reduced shadow impact on the surrounding areas. Not just that, the wind packs were also minor in the property, also because of the building's orientation relative to prevailing winds. The site and building's design also maintain setbacks, which are in general conformity with the city's R5F bylaw standards. And with respect to the surrounding areas, I'll speak a little later to the aesthetics of the building, but momentarily I believe the towers do provide a positive image for this area. All attempts were made to provide a development of human scale along Kaler to be sensitive to the neighborhood's environment. The cross-section shown is to scale and demonstrates how the development with its 3-story podium at Kaler and the tower setbacks helped to reduce the massing effects and shadows as I had described. It also conforms to the Niagara region's model urban design guidelines. The colored site plan shows a number of things. The site's efficient vehicular movement, where the porte cocheres are accessed in the same loop between the buildings. Vehicles also have a straight access from Kaler Road to the underground parking access ramp, or from the ramp to Kaler Road. You come in the main entrance and the ramp just takes you straight through the site. Service vehicles have easy access to the rear of the property. It should also be noted, and is in the guideline requirements, that vehicular parking is not visible from the street, which this development also provides. Rooftop terraces, which provide outdoor amenity space to the residences, they're on the podiums on the 3-story portions of the building. And regarding pedestrian circulation, they have access to either building via landscaped sidewalks directly connected to Kaler Road sidewalk, which again connects to the surrounding amenity areas noted earlier. The Niagara Region Model Urban Design Guidelines also provides principles for the design and architectural quality of a new development, which the Kaler apartment provides and includes. The new development should seek and achieve unique expressive identity, respectful of context. The ground floor of buildings should be designed to express the individuality of the residential units through architectural expression and the inclusion of doors and windows addressing the street. These high-rise apartment buildings have an expressive architectural design with their own unique identity, respectful of the context as shown in the rendering. The building's 3-story podiums are designed to express the individual apartment units which address the street through the design of their windows, balconies, and the variation of materials. The guidelines further go on with developments having expressive forms. New developments should be composed of a base at street level, main body of the building, and roof form. This may be achieved through various means, including setbacks, extrusions, textures, and materials. Lower portions of the facade should be strongly articulated and add variety, interest, and human scale dimensions. In the design, various architectural means were employed to create expressive forms, including the 3-story podium facing Kaler, the stepped setback of the towers along the street, extensive balconies and continuous canopies, a heavier appearing base with the use of stone and lighter feeling aluminum panels above, contrasting colors, materials, textures across all facades, and the top floor of each building is articulated with a continuous balcony and cornice overhang. Further, the windows at the top are varied from the floors below, which creates a visual interest in the skyline. With respect to building entrances, a sense of arrival to the buildings is achieved by introducing trees along the street face, leading to landscaped elements along either side of the vehicular drive. This drive leads to and circles a heavily landscaped courtyard with large brightly lit porte cocheres announcing the main entrance of each buildings. For convenience, a number of visitor parking spaces are provided within the courtyard as well. Window design is talked about in those guidelines, and the detailing of window elements is important to avoid a tacked-on appearance. In the design, it was important in developing the building's facade, several architectural devices were used in the detailing, such as avoiding the more typical punched windows as they create a tacked-on or spotted appearance. Instead, floor-to-ceiling window systems is to be used, broken up by floor slabs. These windows mimic and integrate with the vertical opaque wall panels on either side. There's continuous vertical corner windows which integrate well with the overall design. Irregular mullion patterns creating interest and complement the building's overall aesthetic. And varied window patterns make up the vertical and horizontal bands along the opaque wall panels, and continuous balconies are organized to balance composition of each
Mr.
facade.
Lesdo, I would just suggest keep it high level. I think we're
You
there.
got it.
We're there.
Okay.
We're there.
I totally get it.
Yeah. And if we have any questions, if that's okay, I'm
We're
coming
good.
to you. I haven't closed the meeting yet. So do we have any questions for Mr. Lesdo? Councillor Kerrio.
Just a quick one. The size of the units, Peter.
The size of the units
Yeah.
are about, the two bedrooms are about 850 square feet. The one bedrooms are 750 square feet, and the three bedrooms are about 900 square feet. Yeah.
Thank you. Beautiful design.
It is. We're proud of it.
It's beautiful. Yes, I got Councillor Patel and then Baldinelli.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, beautiful design.
Thank you.
It's especially the setback, it looks amazing, and lots of those units will have nightly fireworks display every night. They'll be able to see fireworks from those balconies.
Well,
So
it was
that's
designed
amazing.
actually for units
Exactly.
facing the city and see the fireworks.
Right,
Yeah.
so that would be great. And it's at the perfect location. It's at there are lots of amenities at walking distance. We want to have a Boys and Girls Club, McBain Center, Costco, Metro, everything is at walking distance, and there's 3 schools actually in that area, so it's a perfect location. It is a perfect location, great building. We are going from 6 to 7 stories to 13 to 15 stories, and from density of 75 to 340 people per hectare. It would be nice if we had some affordable units in this unit because of the location. I know it's unusual, but would you be open to discuss if we can add some affordable or attainable units, especially affordable units? So I would like to request if you'd be open to discuss during the site plan or even with our staff that 5 units based on the rental rates outlined in the affordable residential units for the purpose of the Development Charge Act bulletin, another 5 unit to reflect the affordable threshold outlined in city's housing strategy. That would help cities goal for 40% affordable housing. Would you be open to discuss that?
Yes. We had a discussion. It has to do with dollars. When you there was accurate estimating done on the property, and the number that came was around the $2,000 mark, a rental rate. However, if there's discussions with the city in terms of cash in lieu for site plan, or not site plan, for parkland dedication or something like that, or any other type of discussion, then I think that the owner would be amenable to discuss that so that the numbers do work and that they can provide that kind of housing that you request. But currently, it's an expensive building to build because of the underground parking. It is a high-rise type building, so the reinforced concrete frame, it's not like a simple wood frame building that you build 2 stories with on-site parking, which reduces the cost. It has the elevators, it has a lot more to it in terms of construction costs, but if there's some help in terms of charges, then yes, they're definitely amenable to discuss that to make it work.
Well, thank you very much. The only reason I asked is it's at the perfect location that, a person who
Absolutely.
does not own a car can get around.
Yes.
Especially schools and the grocery stores, everything is walking distance.
It's perfect.
And that is the only reason I requested. And I would like to ask our planning staff if they can comment on this. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have heard council does have a desire for affordable housing, rightfully so. and that's how we undertook the affordable housing strategy. We have had discussions with Mr. Lesdo about that, and with respect to 5 units that would meet the standard or the threshold for the provincial affordability bulletin. And it's outlined in the report that for 2 bedrooms, that I think would be, or 1 bedroom would be $1,200 and 2 bedrooms would be $1,317. That would provide the opportunity for development charge exemptions as well as cash in lieu of parkland exemptions. So that's certainly something that we could work with you on in order to get those units that have been requested. Good. And then with respect to our affordable housing strategy, I think that you might already be there with some of the units if you can bring them in under $2,000 or around $2,000. Those are affordable to moderate income households.
Yes.
So we will certainly work with the applicant on that.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you very much, because affordable housing is very large issue and we all have to work together. So hopefully city and development community can work together, and hopefully we can, even if it's 10, it's still something. It's better to have 10 than nothing. That's the way I see it. So thank you very much. I would appreciate if you really would work with our planning staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Got Councillor Baldinelli, and then Newestag.
Thank you. I like the whole design. It's very nice. I just had a couple questions. Number one, and I'm not an architect, so that's why I'm going to ask you. Why the larger on the south side and the shorter on the? I know there's more room.
Actually,
and the shading would.
It was a shade idea. It was the way the sun movement, because the one it tends to go within the site and not project farther. I thought when I designed it, it would work that way, but actually when we did the site analysis, it didn't work that way. There was a second reason too. Just the balance of having one higher than the other aesthetically, when you looked at it, it just, because the one building is larger, it just looked more pleasing.
So the central part of it will be shaded.
The central part, no. The way they go this way is
well, the sun is.
You got it. They're going east-west. So when the morning sun comes, it gets a lot of light into the center. Then as it comes around at noon, it doesn't get a lot of light. But once it goes past noon, it goes into the afternoon, till 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the summer, it gets full light. So it worked actually quite well.
Now in the morning, I know that the profiles are this way, and the school across the street. How much shading do you think will be projected onto the backyard of the school?
Yeah, very little actually.
Very little?
Yeah. What we find, there is a guideline or criteria that's been set up by the city of how many hours of daylight between like 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock that a school should get. We met at 100%. So, that worked really well.
That light projection you had on the
yeah, because what happens is this. Yeah, what happens in the afternoon, like when you say, like it's at 12 o'clock when the kids are out.
Yeah.
The sun is already 100% on their site from 12 to.
So morning recess might be a little short.
Little bit. No, the morning actually, because of the way the angle was coming, it didn't. I was surprised it didn't go on to the school at all. Really.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it was quite good.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Mr. Lesdow, wonderful, very detailed, and I wouldn't expect anything less of you. I know Peter personally. I've had him do design work for me. He's done amazing projects in our city. So he's serving culture hall, the Optimist, well, the former Optimist, as well as many projects. So this does not surprise me. This absolute beautiful attention to detail, amazing project. I do have a question, though, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Sydney. If we were, I understand the affordable housing issue, but we have a sunset clause attached to it, and we don't have development charges waived or any incentives at this point design, and that usually takes a while. Would we have consideration in terms of the sunset clause, like when it actually starts, so that he doesn't, if we were looking at the affordable housing, that we don't lose out on the time and being able to apply for these non-existent development or incentives at this point? I hope.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's going to be a fairly quick discussion with the applicant with respect to the affordable units. And that's something that, with respect to DC exemptions, that happens at the building permit stage anyway. So the 3-year sunset clause won't affect that. Really, that is seeking to have a signed agreement during that period of time.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have any of these incentives in place at this point to help the builder make these units affordable, correct?
So what I was referring to is that if a unit meets the provincial standard for affordability, automatically DC charges are exempted and parkland dedication is exempted. That's something that's directed
So that's
through the province.
that's automatic.
That's automatic, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so that's why they're amenable to discuss the
Okay.
thing, because now financially it may work when you go through all the numbers. So, and yeah, they're amenable to it, but just was the numbers were, it just was cost prohibitive originally, but with the city's help, it may very well be doable.
Is this a new, did I miss this somewhere along the line, that the development charges in parkland are waived for affordability?
Yes, that's something that was introduced by the province through one of the recent bills or changes to the Planning Act and the DC Act. So that is available to anyone that would come in with affordable housing that meets the standards. And like I said, I think it's $1,200 for, if you can charge under $1,200 for a one-bedroom apartment and under $1,317 for a two-bedroom apartment, you automatically qualify for the DC exemptions.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, so what about all these other developments we've seen? Are they presented the same option as well,
Yes.
like the ones that we saw earlier this evening?
So what you'll be seeing in the reports probably for the last year and moving forward is there is mention of that, of either they do qualify or they don't qualify for the exemptions based on the rental rates and whether they meet the provincial standards.
And what kind of money would they be saving in development charge and parkland dedication fee? Enough to, like, I have no idea what that
Yeah,
would look like.
I think we'd have to look at that. I can't say offhand. It really depends on the development with respect to parkland dedication as well as the number of units.
So it is doable. I just haven't seen it applied, so, oh, that's interesting. Okay, very good. Learned something. Thank you, Peter. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, we have no further questions from Mr. Lesdow.
Did you know that?
The public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of subdivision, official plan, zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What is the will of council? Yes, Councillor Patel? Okay, make the emotion, the recommendation, the emotion? Wow. The emotion. And don't you laugh, you earlier called it, what did you call it? Michaeler. Huh?
If I Google that,
wait. Right, so you're gonna make the motion. I can't, it's been a long day, I've been going since 5 o'clock. So you're gonna make the motion with the amendment, is that right? Okay, so we've got that, seconded by, so are you seconding? Okay. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay. Motion. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you, folks. Have a great night. Appreciate it. All right. So there you are, Madam Clerk.
I'll move the report.
Give me, what's that? Motion. Wow, that was a new one. Okay, reports. Motion by Councillor Peter Angelo to move the reports 9.1 through 9.3. Yes, Councillor Coco, did you want to lift
Thank you,
one?
Mr. Mayor. I wanted to lift 9.3. I just had a question.
Okay, let's deal with that first. 9.3.
The region charges taxes, and part of those taxes, would they have been any of these fees? Like, I know development is supposed to pay for development, but does any of the fees go to the taxpayer? Because if they're going to remove it from them and then give it to us, that it's our responsibility, will the region's taxes be adjusted at all? If, do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
I'm just asking.
Yes, well, we'll go to our CAO for that one.
Thank you. That's a good question by the councillor. It has been represented to us and to all the municipalities that the planning department was not subsidized by the tax levy. that it was 100% recovered through fees. There may be some question on that, but that is their representation, so there would be no adjustment to the regional tax levy, and therefore it'd be fee only at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. And the final question, being that we're only going to be charging 75% of the region's fees, are we confident that that's going to be enough? I know that there's going to be some carryover when we're doing ours, but will that be enough?
Mr. CEO?
I'll start, and either Signe or Kira can step in if either one of us screw up. It's an estimate at this point in time. In the report, we want to go through a bit of time where we actually see what the cost is for some of these stuff and then do the study. Even if we did a study today, it's still going to be a guess. But Signe and her team did some analysis on that, and they believe that there is efficiency moving through that. We do have a concern is if we get a lot of appeals and that kind of stuff, the legal costs start could mount up. But we'll take a look at that going forward. So we think that there is efficiency, moving forward, and so we kind of pegged it at 75% as a best guess, and we'll go from there. I'll ask Signe to add anything.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and just want to point out this is an interim measure. We feel that the 75% accounts for the region is still charging a pre-consultation fee and still charging from some engineering fees, so we wouldn't want to charge 100%. We wouldn't want to charge less than 75%. So it's a bit of a guess right now. It's an interim measure, but we feel, based on some rough calculations that we have done, that it's appropriate for the time being. And I also wanted to point out that right now staff will, until our new official plan is approved, staff will be reviewing any development application against the regional official plan and the city's official plan. Once our official plan is approved and we revoke the region's official plan, we'll only have to review development applications based on one official plan. So as Mr. Burgess said, if we want to kind of wait a little bit, and once we have our official plan approved, we're hoping the costs might go down a little bit. We're not sure, but we're assuming that there'll be some efficiencies with respect to that as well. Great, thank you. Will you report back on what you find? Yeah.
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, there'll be another fee update. So when we complete the fee study, every year we set the fees. Mm-hmm. So you'll see the change at that point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Patel. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for directing traffic.
To Signe, what kind of application would the region comment on? And why do they charge pre-consultation fee on every application if they're not involved in the planning? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to flip to the report right now. So the region, we generally circulate the region on most types of development applications. They are typically going to comment on anything that has implications or is under the purview of the regional official plan, as well as regional infrastructure. So regional roads, regional servicing to ensure they have sufficient capacity. Those are the types of things that they comment on, but they do comment on official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, plans of subdivision and condominium, site plan, even consent applications. So we typically circulate and they comment on almost the full gamut of development applications that we bring in.
Thank you. Another question maybe is from Mr. CEO or maybe Kira. For example, if we had to hire extra staff, would that cost be covered from the fee? I just want to make sure the cost would not go on the tax levy.
That's correct. When we do the complete study, we would charge the appropriate fees, or we'll recommend the appropriate fees to be charged. Council can also set those fees because it could be an incentive for development also on how you set the fees. But yeah, no, the intent would be after the study that we would look for greater recovery on our fees.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Signe. Just out of curiosity, how many planners did the region have and what happens to them? And another part to that question is, how many planners did the region have that would have been associated with us, that would have been dealing with our work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the answer to that first question, I don't know the number of planners they have. But I believe that a number of them have been retained because a number of municipalities signed a service level agreement with the region, which means that region, through that agreement, will continue to review the development applications relative to the regional official plan. We did not do that. We feel that we have the staffing and the knowledge to do that. And as mentioned in the report, we have also trained staff relative to some matters that we didn't have the expertise on before. So I don't know how many regional planners sort of were there before and are now, but I know that they have kept a number of staff on to deal with the service level agreement reviews. With respect to how many were allocated to the City of Niagara Falls, we did have one person that was our main contact for all development applications, and then she would distribute the applications amongst regional staff as was appropriate. So she would be responsible for distributing to the engineering department or municipal works or whatnot.
So then it sounds very doable to have, not to have to replace anybody if it was one person, and if we can add to that just some overtime. Okay, just out of curiosity. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. So back to Councillor Pietrangelo made the motion to receive the reports. Okay, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And real quickly, we assumed various subdivisions, shared service agreement with the Niagara Parks, and the 2025 planning fees. Now we go to consent agenda. Did anyone want to lift anything before we do that? Okay, Councillor Kerrio's got a conflict. Okay, so we'll let Councillor Kerrio leave for a moment. We'll deal with, which one was his now? It was 10.1. Okay, so we'll deal with 10.1. Who would like to, Councillor Baldinelli, did you want to speak to this? Did you want to speak for yourself, Councillor Baldinelli, or I wasn't sure of this? Okay, motion to approve, seconded by Councillor Patel, yes?
I would, Mr. Mayor, I would like to say this is actually great find they had, because there are lots of unused road allowances are in the city, and if we can actually have some adjacent property owner using it and city making money from it, I think it's a great idea, so I would support it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion to the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Maybe we can get Councillor Kerrio back in here. Yeah. Start the car. Okay. We'll get him in here in a second. So next we're dealing with the 2024 annual update from the Public Art Advisory Task Force. Recommendation that we receive the information. Councillor Coco?
Put a motion forward.
Okay, motion by Councillor Coco, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. We've accepted, we've received that. Communications. Okay, before we do that, did you want to lift any, Councillor Coco?
11.9, the noise bylaw. I know that this is traditional that TAPS puts in a list of all of the dates, but it says past 9 p.m. It doesn't have an actual stop time. All of the other ones do. They say 11 o'clock or whatever. This one just says past 9.
So would maybe our clerk's department want to weigh in on that one? The timing for TAPS Brew House, it only puts past 9 p.m. It doesn't give an end time. Okay, just going to look that up. What do we typically do, like 11? Later? Yeah?
Within the request, we have done the following events for upcoming months. So if the events are listed within the request, they're just not listed in the motion.
So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the request from TAPS actually does have all the dates listed. We can amend our recommendation, but from what I can tell, oh, jeepers creepers. There's June the 7th, June 14th.
No, the dates are there, the time's not there.
Oh, sorry.
What time does it
It
end?
just says past 9 p.m. and usually other ones give you an exact time up until something.
Yeah,
What do we typically do, guys? Does anyone recall?
Usually it's 11. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what's up? In the morning. So it's...
The rate went for
11 and midnight, so Yeah.
Well, could we approve till 11 or midnight?
So, through the
Yeah.
chair to the councillor, it would be up to the council if they wanted to set a particular time, because they haven't provided us a time. Sorry, I misunderstood the question. But yeah, you could set a time. I would be inclined to set a specific time, or
Yeah, and they say potentially and may extend past 9. So do we set it at 11? If they want to change it, they come back to us, or you want to put it at 12? Make the motion.
I would make motion for that 12, and if they have to, set it for
Okay, motion by Councillor Dabrowski that we go till 12, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Yes.
I was just going to mention, I think the first one's on June 7th. We have another council meeting before that.
Okay,
In case.
okay. We can always change it. Okay, so let's call the vote in the meantime. All those in favor? Okay, so that's unanimous. Pardon me? Okay, all right, for 11.7. Okay, so yes. So why don't we deal with the Ukrainian Family Festival at Fireman's Park? I know that we've got someone that's been patiently waiting to address council. Yeah, dedication. Yeah.
Hi, how are you? This
Welcome.
is for everyone. Just like idle time on the end. I'm so happy. Yeah, just like thank you for opportunity. Just like first of all, I stay here, just study something new for myself. But anyway, I would like just like say this our festival is like growing, and we are proud to say this. For past 2 years, our festival has grown into a cherished tradition here in Niagara Falls. Each year, we have seen more families, more smiles, and more shared moments of joy at all celebrations of vibrant Ukrainian culture and heritage. Sorry. Doesn't work. I would like to begin by exciting for health health graduated to the culture department of the city of Niagara Falls to their continued support. Your encouragement and collaboration have made this event possible and help it flourish. This is very thankful for grant that we take it. It's very helpful for us. And also we have some incredible response from the community and the increasing number of guests each year. We are thrilled to announce some exciting changes for this year's festival. We are moving to a new location, Fireman's Park, to better accommodate all people and create even more space for festivities, performance, and family fun. And also we changed it from 1 day to 2 days. It was our last minute change because for few weeks we have this a lot requested from performance, and we understand that we don't have enough space for 1 day. And also our Ukrainian community asked about some after party, and we spoke with Fireman's Park. They rented a hall for us, and we have space for after party. Why it's like we have 2 days? It's like last minute, but we hope everything will be fine. And also last year we were honored by the present Mayor Jim Diodati, Mona Patel, Rosan Naistwick. Sorry, this is like it's very hard pronunciation. Yeah, and just like Bonnie Baldinelli, we thank them sincerely for taking part at our event. Your presence meant a lot of our community and to all those who came to experience Ukrainian culture. As we continue to grow, we kindly ask for your support in recognizing the Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival at the municipal level. Such recognition would greatly assist us obtain permits, particularly for sale and alcohol during our events. It's not will be sale on the park, it will be for after party. Just like I try to, because Fireman's, we spoke with Fireman's Park, and we stopped at Fireman's Park will be sell it alcohol, we not. Just like, but anyway, we have after party, we will have after party, and we needed just like this permit. We warmly invite all City Council members and staff to attend the upcoming Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival and join us in celebrating the rich heritage of Ukrainian culture. Additionally, we kindly ask for your support in promoting the festival through the city's official social media channels and websites. Your help in spreading the word would greatly contribute to increasing community awareness and making the event a resounding success. In conclusion, we sincerely hope that the City of Niagara Falls will support our request for designation as an event of municipal significance and assist in promoting the Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival. Your support means a great deal to us, and we look forward to celebrating together with you and the entire community on July 5th and 6th, 2025. What will be this like? This like doesn't work again. I don't notice. What will be a bonus for this festival? We will have free admission. We will have live music and a lot performance. Also, it's not will be just Ukrainian performance. We will have a local English-speaking performance. And also we will have a lot of free kids activities. It will be bonusy castle, it will be face painting, it will be games, different kind of games. It will be some sports and also our delicious food. And we will have just like some another vendors who will be show this like them culture and them food. And thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So who did I have? I got Councillor Newestag and then Patel.
I'd like to put a motion for this and also to really help them promote it. They do a lot of hard work. It's a great festival and the food is absolutely amazing. So if you like to eat, definitely mark your calendars for July 5th and 6th.
Yes.
Because it's very good. So, and all the best for it.
Thank you.
So your motion for designation as an event of municipal significance, number one, and number two, that we support and promote and attend.
Absolutely.
To city resources. Okay,
Yes.
Councillor Patel, seconded that.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Irene, for coming here and making presentation. I'm so happy to see the festival grow this big in 3 years. And I know Iris is always there to help you, so thank you, Iris. And I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Mayor has been there, Rutan has been there, I have been there, and it's an amazing festival. Sadly, they won't have any cold drinks this time, but well, we can still go and dance.
Bring your own. All right, so we've got motion, seconded. We'll call all those in favor. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So it's been approved. Thank you very much. Okay, and then the rest, any other ones you wanted to lift, Councillor Coco, or no? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pietrangelo. You wanted to move all of the consent agenda, right? Yeah. No, you want to lift one, Councillor? Hold on, Councillor Newestag wants to lift one, I think. Recommendations. Which one did you want to lift, Councillor?
Oh, I'd like to move 11-1. Here's an opportunity that shouldn't cost us a lot. We're doing everything we can. We're putting a lot of money towards doctor recruitment. All we have to do is show our appreciation for them, have different places light up their things in blue, like the Skyline Tower, the Ferris, whatever is available, even maybe the falls. We could make a special recommendation to light the falls up so that doctors can understand how grateful we are for them, and if they're looking at relocating, maybe we might be top of mind.
So then maybe you make that recommendation an add-on that we put in a request to the illumination board
Yes.
to light up the falls blue that night?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's your motion?
Yes,
Okay,
and if
second.
any other participating businesses in town would like to do it as well, we
And
welcome
promote
that.
the event
Exactly.
in the community?
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion of that? All those in favor? Okay, that's great. Anyone want to move the remainder? Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio, that we move the remainder of the recommendations, the comments and communications of the clerk. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And really quickly, we did the lighting of City Hall and hopefully the falls for doctors. We proclaimed Canadian Viral Hepatitis Elimination Day, May 9th. We proclaimed Don't Be a Donor Month, April 2025. Flag raising for National Day of Mourning, April 28th. Proclamation flag raising Leave a Legacy, month of May. Flag raising request Restoration Day, Dominican Republic, August 16th. Special occasion permit, we already talked about Ukrainian Family Festival at Fireman's Park, July 5th and 6th. Noise bylaw exemption for Niagara Ribstock, June 20th and 21st. And noise bylaw exemption Taps Brewhouse, we've already done. Falls View BIA proposed budget 2025. The noise bylaw exemption for Niagara Renaissance Festival, May 17th and 18th. And 11.12, flag raising request Franco-Ontarian Day on September the 25th. Wow. Okay, now we're at 12, communications and comments of the city clerk, recommended for information. Councillor Coco, did you want to lift one?
2, please. 12.4, lodging house, and 12.5, Fort Erie Niagara Regional Transit.
Okay, so we'll deal with 12.4 first then, City of Port Colborne Lodging House Bylaw.
I would like to ask our staff, it says the region to assume responsibilities to regulate lodging, housing. How does that affect us with our definitions of bed and breakfast, lodging house? Does it affect us at all? I was wondering why Fort Erie was asking the region to take it over.
Mr. CAO, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I believe this bylaw relates to, or that recommendation doesn't relate to short-term lodging, it relates more to group homes. And there has been certain issues with regards to group homes and some of the regulations around, and I may be using the legal term group homes incorrectly, but it is around group homes. It's usually people on ODSP and that kind of stuff that are, go to those homes and they wanted increased regulations on that.
And we don't have any group homes here in Niagara Falls?
We did, and we do, and we haven't had some of the incidents that Port Colborne has had with some of the things, because our restrictions were, what we can enforce was more around fire code and some other stuff, but some of the issues that were going on had to do with some of the actual activities that were going on in those homes.
Okay, so Port Colborne can ask the region to take care of it, but we don't have to. It's not something that we would move
We would
towards.
encourage it also, and so we are monitoring it. The CEO's talk on this. They
Okay.
proposed something. This was discussions at the CAO meetings, and actually, my predecessor Ken Todd had actually did some initial legal work on it. The City of Niagara Falls. So we are in discussions with the region on that.
Okay, thank you. And then 12.5, the Town of Fort Erie resolution. Our accessibility committee has been discussing Niagara Regional Transit on a pretty regular basis, specifically the specialized transit. So I'd like to put a motion forward to have Niagara Regional Transit come to council and speak to us, just like they did for Fort Erie. We did have a representative come to the accessibility committee, but I think it's important that they come to a full council meeting so all of council and residents can understand some of the challenges that we're having, what are we doing to work towards solutions, that sort of thing.
Didn't we just have transit here?
They were here about transit in general. This is specifically accessibility transit.
But it's the same people, isn't it?
It's the same people, correct. But specifically about accessibility.
I mean, we can ask them to come. They may feel the chair was here and the head, Carlos.
I'd like to ask them, because one of the big things is, before, when you were using specialized transit, you had a disability and you would request the specialized transit. Now they've opened it up to all of seniors. So what is happening is everybody's trying to book all at once, and people who need it, say for a large wheelchair, are being denied because there's so many other people using the service, and we're not increasing the number of buses or bus drivers. So that's one of the issues. The other issue is you can only book 2 weeks out. So people are going on as soon as they're able, and one woman tried to go on, she actually took a video, 10 different times and days she tried to book, and she got one ride booked. So the availability is very difficult. There's a few other things about, it mentions in here about not being able to pull into a driveway. Someone with accessibility needs might need them to pull into a driveway. So we just thought it was a good idea for them to visit us and talk about some of the challenges.
Okay, so your motion is to invite Niagara Transit to come and speak to the accessibility issues and come to council to do that.
Correct, yes.
Okay, second by Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And so now looking for a motion to receive the rest.
Balance.
What's that? The balance. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive the balance for receiving information of the communications and comments to the city clerk. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And really quickly, there was a resolution from the town of Pelham regarding U.S. tariffs. Resolution from Peterborough, similar. There's resolution City of Peterborough redistribution of land transfer tax. And lastly, and that's it. Now, ratification of in camera, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Sorry, I don't know who am I? Where are we?
Earlier today, the members of council met in camera for the purpose of discussion regarding appointments to committees. The one committee that we did have appointment to was to appoint 2 members to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committees. The recommendation from council is that Rose DiCienzo and Jamie Lozon be appointed to the DEI committee, and right now we will have that motion put forward, and a bylaw will come to the May the 6th meeting.
Okay, so looking for a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag, that we ratify in camera. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Now, notice of motion, new business. Am I the only one?
Yeah, just you.
Just me, okay. So maybe folks, you read that now that we're now, according to Statistics Canada, over 100,000 or 111,793, and the requirement to be a big city is that you have to have 100,000, and it doesn't seem that we've received an invitation to join, so maybe we could just suggest that maybe we'd be happy to be part of the group.
Yep.
So this is just a notice, so we don't actually do anything yet, and then we'll deal with it at the next meeting. So now...
Can we deal with it today so it goes on? No, we can't?
We could if we wanted.
Yeah, it's not a big, we can all just deal with it today.
If you want to waive procedural bylaw, we can.
I would make a motion to waive procedural bylaw.
Okay,
Yes,
and,
support it.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we waive procedural bylaw. And are you suggesting and support the motion?
Yeah, I will support the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering, I was wondering as well, usually it's just your 100,000 and then you apply, and you said we haven't received an invitation. Why wouldn't they send an invitation? Why wouldn't we apply? Why do we have to give a formal request? It's
That's
a
a
great
great-
organization and there's lots of benefits, I do get that.
So I asked a number of years ago when we're at 94, and I said, when you couple the amount of tourists we get, we're actually over 100,000 when you look at a daily number. And one of the mayors had said, well, put it forward. But then I thought, okay, maybe we're stretching it a bit. That we'll wait till we hit 100. Well, now we've surpassed 100, and nobody's inviting. I had heard, in fact, and I don't know if this is true or not, that there was a motion put forward to not allow any more cities entry, which I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I had heard that from one of the mayors. So regardless, I thought, so we'll just suggest we be honored to be a part of that group and
Yes.
see where it goes.
Do you think it's that they go by the official last census of 2021 instead of the yearly?
I don't think so. We went on the website and looked, and it didn't seem to be that specific, but who knows?
Okay, thanks.
Maybe, yeah. If there's no other ones, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Pardon me? Oh, yeah. Are we there yet? Did we do? We're there. Okay. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had a lot of emails and posts regarding the Gale Center, the cyanamide land, and I've talked to our CAO, Mr. Burgess, and I've talked to Eric Nickel as well, and we discussed about how we could approach this, and the suggestion was for direction to staff to meet with the identified parties that have contacted us who have environmental concerns with the region on public property that was formerly the cyanamide, and that I will be in attendance, and that would be direction to staff.
Okay. So do we need a motion? No? Okay. All right, direction to staff.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there any other new business? Councillor Strange, and then Pietrangelo?
Me too, I
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to talk about just a story that was in the newspaper a few weeks ago when we had the, well, it was supposed to be severe here, the ice storm, but it wasn't too bad. It was a lot of flooding and stuff here, but unfortunately for others, it was really bad up in, especially like the Peterborough area and stuff like that. So there were approximately over 63,000 customers without power, which was all Hydro One was the company that distributes the power there. They actually came out and they actually asked NPI if they could come and help out. So NPI, our Niagara Falls owned utility, came out and they helped restore some of the power. I just wanted to say the ice storm caused extensive damage, leading to widespread power outage affecting nearly 1 million Hydro One customers across Ontario. The Peterborough area was amongst the hardest hit, with approximately 63,000 customers without power as of April 1st. Hydro One crews, along with support from NPI and some other utilities, worked diligently to restore electricity, prioritizing the most affected regions. I just kudos to NPI. I remember a couple of years ago during the winter storms during Christmas when Fort Erie had lost power, NPI went out there and helped them. It was just neighborly, really, really nice. It was just collaboration between NPI and Hydro One, exemplifies the importance of mutual aid among utilities during emergencies, ensuring that resources and expertise are shared to expedite the restoration of essential services to affected communities. So just a little kudos and applaud to NPI and to the staff there.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. That's great. It's nice teamwork, right? And, yep, that's awesome. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. And what was that new word you said tonight?
I already forgot. It's been so long.
I can't remember. Yeah, something like that.
Motion and amendment I put together.
Is that what it was?
A mesh. I don't even know what I said.
Yeah. It's okay. We'll look at it again.
Check Webster's probably in there now.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah. Just a couple items, Your Worship. Stanley Avenue, I had heard that, you know how there was the construction and it left a hole in the ground? I heard that property sold. I just wondered whether or not the CAO wouldn't mind confirming that.
Behind Dairy Queen.
Exactly.
Project.
Yep.
Yeah. So you have Mr. CAO?
Yeah, that was part of a court-appointed receivership. The court has approved the sale to an owner. Mr. Felicetti, our economic development director, has had initial discussions with the new ownership group and is meeting with the ownership group shortly.
Yeah. And I would imagine that that's good news, Your Worship. Yeah. All the businesses that are around the area, even people that drive by, have always said, like, when is that hole not going to be a hole anymore, and we're going to actually see some construction. So hopefully there's good things ahead. The other item I just wanted to bring up is for the past probably couple of years now, we've been implementing sunset clauses on all of our planning applications. Typically they have a 3-year span, and then applicants are supposed to lose the zoning. I'm just wondering if staff would be able to give council perhaps a summary really of the applications that we've approved and what has sunset clauses, when they expire. I'm probably guessing, but I think that there's a lot of them that are unbuilt, and I don't really want to find ourselves in a situation where, you know, every single meeting then we're being asked to extend sunset clauses. I'm not sure whether or not other municipalities are dealing with this. I know the province is the one that had made the change, but what are we going to do once we get to that point where people aren't building and then they're coming back for extension? So I don't know if staff has any comments. They don't have to comment tonight, Your Worship. Just seeing the document would tell the story, I would imagine.
Why don't we go to Ms. Dolch and see what she wants to share?
Thank you, Worship. And we can provide you that summary of where everybody is, but be reminded that we do have the ability to extend for 1 year. You gave the general manager, myself, the ability to extend another year beyond that. So once we see we hit the 3-year mark or 4 in terms of commercial opportunities, we can determine you know, where they are financially, what the situation is, and we have parameters of things they have to show us to be granted that extra year. So we'll be reaching out close to, and we'll flag that for those developers that you're approaching your deadline. But ultimately, in the end, after that 3+1 or 4+1 year, it will come to council if there is further extensions. But we can let you know the list where we are.
Got that? Okay, Councillor Dabrowski?
He has a question to that point.
To that point?
Yeah.
It's so good that you got Councillor
He told
speak
me
for you tonight, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Baldwin.
I'm kind of like you right now.
She's like a big sister, eh? Tell me what to do.
Well, look at us.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're between these twins.
On that point,
these matching jackets.
On that point, I just want to.
I think I got to get a picture.
You'll
of
need
that.
it after we're done with it.
Okay, we'll do another one. Hold on, smile, everybody. Yeah, that was great. I love that. Okay.
Okay.
Went shopping together, clearly, yeah.
On that point, I just wanted some clarification. Some were going to come through us, and some you have the ability to, or are they all going to go through you? You might have said something because I'm in my ear, though.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for the first year, so after the 3-year period for residential, I have the ability to grant the additional year. After that, for residential, they would have to come to you if they wanted further extension. So after really 4 years, they'll come to council, and for commercial, it will be after 5 years.
So did we not go through a couple items today?
Yeah, we did. Sunset clauses.
Sunset clause. One was through us, and one was through our CAO or our planning department. So
it gave authority to our general manager.
That was last meeting. We gave authority.
Tonight we did that. One of the reports it gives.
Well, both. There was 2 reports. One was going to go through council, and one was going to go through planning or CAO or whoever. I'm just not. So we're like. Is it based on when we approve it?
Go ahead.
Please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so just because there's delegated authority to the general manager, which was adopted when we adopted those procedures, it doesn't mean that the general manager will necessarily grant that, and then it would then come to council for a further decision. So we have developed procedures around what would be the conditions that the general manager would adopt it. So if they could prove that, let's say for example, they had an OLT appeal on it. Well, the clock started ticking when it got approved, and then they might have spent a year in OLT appeal. Well, it's kind of unfair that year doesn't count. So there's specific examples that are provided and guidance provided to that, and they could always appeal to council on that for that. So though it says 4 years, it could be. They could come to council after 3 years because the general manager may decide not to provide it, going forward.
Is that okay, Councillor Patel? Does that answer okay? All right, good. Just want to make sure. Councillor Dabrowski.
Thanks. I have 2 things. The first one, the Niagara Falls Memorial Arena, we lost it last July. I think it was demolished, and it was what a facility it was when I think back, and I think when you posted on your Facebook page that it was being demolished, and the local paper did a story about it, like the response from the community and just talking and reminiscing about all the great events that people had attended, whether it be the Niagara Falls Flyers in the late 60s or maybe it was the Flyers in the 70s, but in the 68, I believe it was, a Memorial Cup was won at that arena, but probably tens of thousands of hockey games were played at that arena. I remember when I was a young kid many moons ago, going to that arena when it existed, and going to see WWF events and Brutus the Barber Beefcake and all the great wrestlers that I used to watch growing up. But when it was being demolished, I went down to the site with my kids, and they were looking at all the construction vehicles, digging all the rubble and demolishing the building, and kind of reminiscing like I am now and rambling on, but they were barely listening to me. But the demolition crew was on site, and there was a brick, and I thought, I don't know what I was going to do with it, but I wanted a relic from that moment, so I asked, and they gave it to me. And fast forward to 8 months later, we're doing something with a company that I work for, and I came up with an idea that I think could benefit the activity subsidy fund through the recreation committee. And I know that we've done the garage sale at the Gale before, and a golf tournament to raise funds for that fund, which helps people with with financial assistance to have their children play sports for those that can't afford it. So anyway, I took that piece of brick, brought it back to my office, and I had somebody cut it up into little pieces and came up with this relic card. So it contains a fragment from the Niagara Falls Memorial Arena. And I met with Steve Ludzik, who we all know and love, local resident NHL hockey player. And that arena saw a lot of young kids in the OHL and who played for the Flyers later on in their careers make it to the NHL. So there's just a lot of history, a lot of folks that it affected or entertained or they got to play sport at that arena. So either way, these relic cards, I'm hoping maybe I get some support from council and maybe through staff. I'm not sure what sort of motion we need or if we could actually sell these relic cards through the city, but figured, and I'll pass it around, but the back of the cards were signed by Steve Ludzik, and they're acrylic, and a small piece of the arena that was cut up is encapsulated in these cards. And I think they're a really cool memento. I was in a WhatsApp group with a bunch of people, and I didn't mean to, but I posted a photo of one of these cards, and the response from the local community was very strong. And where can I get one? How do I get one? So either way, wanted to donate. I think I have about 100 of these made. Wanted to donate these to the city, hoping that through the city's website, with council support, we can sell these for maybe $100 a piece and raise $10,000 for the activity subsidy fund and help kids that are underprivileged or families that have financial or that require financial assistance, get them into the sport and get them back into the hockey rink or onto the soccer field. But I'll pass it around, check it out. And it doesn't stop there. That one was signed by Ludzik. I have one piece of brick, and I had a contractor actually cut it up into, I think, 400 little pieces of brick. So the possibilities are endless. We had the Flyers that came out of that arena, the Niagara Falls Thunder that played in that arena as well, and gentlemen like Brad May and Keith Primo, who played in the city, not necessarily lived here, but they were billeted by families here in the community. A lot of good history. Derek Sanderson. And either way, I think it's a cool fundraiser. It will not take any staff time or labor. I'll donate all of the product, and all the money raised can go to that
So why don't we
activity
put a motion
subsidy
together
fund.
then? It sounds like a real generous offer,
Yeah.
I think, yeah. So maybe we can get a motion from somebody, Councillor Strange?
I think it's a great idea and commend Councillor Dabrowski for doing this. I wish we had more bricks because I think there's so many players from Ricky Lee to Derek Sanderson, Bernie Perrant played there. There's so many great hockey players that played there. And I know all those players would want a piece of that too. So
$100.
$100. But I think it's great. I would just like to make a motion that we do whatever we can to support them and maybe search for some more brick if we can. And for some more cards,
yeah,
because I think it's an awesome idea, and to go towards an activity subsidy fund or whatever it is, recreation in our city and giving back. I think it's just amazing. So whatever we need to do to support Councillor Dabrowski, I'll make the motion.
So motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli, that we support the cause through city resources and sell them for the activity, what is it called? The
Activity subsidy fund.
Activity subsidy fund. Okay, you heard the motion. I'm not going to say it again. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous.
And then
Excellent.
one more. There was a lot of discussion around the table today, especially in terms of the flag raising. We had the Ukrainian festival come to the chambers today, make a great presentation. And there seems to be a trending pattern. Every time somebody comes here or we approve a flag raising, we kind of it stops there. Is there a system, maybe staff, maybe the CEO can comment on it, that we can put in place where when an organization does come to the table with the flag raising or with an event idea, or maybe it already does, I'm not sure, but does it get added to a city events calendar? Or does it kind of fall on the organizers or the organizers of the flag raising to actually go into the city portal to actually update the event? But I just figured if there was a system in place, if we have all these requests that come in, could we not put it into a system where, or maybe we have an events calendar that's kind of external from internal events that we do here at the city. But I find that every time we have a meeting and somebody comes here and makes a presentation, it's great feedback, council supports it, but what do we do with it after that? And unless somebody makes a motion to work with the communications department to actually send out an email to market it. I don't think anything actually happens with it from a city level. So I just want to support our residents and the ideas that they come forward with in terms of the events and the flag raising, and put our best foot forward to market it as well internally.
It's a great idea. I understand that we do have a community events calendar,
Yeah.
but I don't know if flag raising gets put on it, because I mean, I don't really look at it,
Yeah.
you know? So maybe that we can leave that as direction to staff to
100%.
follow up
Yep.
on? That's a great idea.
Cool, that's all I got.
Okay, great. Councillor Patel, you want to speak for Councillor Baldinelli, or is this for you this time?
It's for me.
Okay, good.
Mr. Mayor, I want to echo what Councillor Strange said about the NPEI. I read that article in the newspaper, and I was very happy to see that our local company was supporting Peterborough in time of need. That we have kind of local company that's very strong and reliable, that they can go to other cities to support them. So that was a very good article, and I was very happy to read that. And another thing is from you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Nicol. I think last summer I did bring in a motion and asked for garbage cans to have lids on all the garbage cans in the public areas. Do you know where we are there? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did approve $30,000 in council budget this year. That should buy us about 40 new containers. We've been looking around at different options because it's a big investment. We want to buy the right things. So we're planning to trial a few different bins to see what's most effective. All of them will be fairly traditional, something like you'd see around most commercial plazas or Walmarts even, with lids and flaps on them. Excuse me, so you can't shove a garbage bag inside of it. It's one of the biggest problems. Anyways, to answer your question, the order's going in early next week, now that we have a payment system that we can use to slide these orders through. We hope to see delivery soon and then installation by May.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other council new business, I do have our CAO who does want to bring something forward to the council.
Sure, and our clerk is sick at home, but he's watching, and he did want to inform council that all the flag raising goes in our city newsletter, which gets promoted. So anything that comes through council goes into the newsletter, which gets emailed out and put on our website. So that's one item. But the more important item, last council meeting, Councillor Pietrangelo did rise in other business and discuss us not receiving funding for our hospice. That was related to social media posts that both he saw and staff saw. We weren't able to confirm that information. Subsequent to the council meeting and the reporting on there, the ministry did contact us. The social media information was correct, though it was not supposed to be released, but it related to a different hospice program, one that we did not apply to. The ministry did inform us that the one that we did apply to has not been submitted. All that stuff stopped during the election campaign. So that was, that was an unfortunate error on that part, but there was social media that was circulating which was correct, but did not apply to us. So just wanted to correct the record on that officially.
So what you're saying is we're still in the running?
We are still in the running.
Good. Okay, excellent. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Burgess for bringing that forward. That is the good news, actually, is that we're still in the running. My comments from last meeting still hold true in regards to site selection, design, and pre-construction financing, and I would be in favor of all three of those, and I don't know whether or not Mr. Burgess would like to take that as direction to staff, or if he'd like to bring something back to council.
Yep. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, staff can report back. That would be a council decision. Shovel readiness on these programs is always the key. And one of the evaluation criteria is the ability for the applicant to complete the project within a certain timeline. So if council wants, we could bring a report back for key decisions that council would have to make to improve our program and to notify the ministry of that. I think the construction financing is always a key item, that if they know that the city is going to backstop the financing and the fundraising, that provides certainty to the ministry that the project will be completed. So that would be something that would rise. So we can certainly bring a report back for direction from council.
Good. All right, motion for adjournment.
No, bylaw.
Oh, my God.
I'll give those a first.
I woke up the clerk. I woke up
Sorry.
the clerk.
I'll second Vic's motion.
What's that?
I'll second Vic's motion on
Okay.
that.
Now he's speaking for Vic now.
Yeah, now I'm speaking for.
Okay, so we have to make an amendment to one of the bylaws. For, is that because of the one that was pulled?
Not in
The
the
one
motion.
planning matter, or what is this for?
No, so it was brought to my attention, sorry, I'm just referring back to a note on my computer. It was brought to my attention that bylaw 2025-047, there is a small error within the bylaw which we can change, but just so that council is aware, the wording on page 393 should be, it says regional official plan amendment, and it should say consent application, just so that that's made public.
Okay. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading with the amendment given to us by our clerk, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Councillor Patel. You're terrific. All those in favor? Okay.
A motion for
Motion for adjournment, Councillor, who would like to do
I'll
it?
make the
Councillor
amendment.
Coco? Okay, Councillor Coco. How about your bosom buddy over here? Councillor
Bosom
Patel,
buddy.
would you like to make the second?
Oy vey.
All right, all those in favor? All right, we're adjourned. Excellent.